Welcome to the third Adventist Chaplains World Congress. As you know, we looked forward to meeting together in Indianapolis. We planned to observe 35 years of the work of our department and to celebrate you, our chaplains. But world events prevented our physical gathering. But technology allowed us to explore new venues and hold this virtual event instead. Virtual? Yes, virtual. Because even though we are not together, you can see us from wherever you are. Virtual means that we have a set time and a place. The place is wherever you are, so that we can gather together for this event. One of the issues and the challenges that we have is that it's not the same. It's not the same as being there in the same room, and we can't do that. To see each other and to even touch each other and to hug each other. But we cannot do that. Hopefully one day we will. If not here, in heaven. There are more than 600 of you that have registered for this event. It's going to be a lot of work for all of us. So please enjoy what we have planned for you. I'd like to share with you a couple of things. During these past 35 years, Adventist Chaplaincy Ministry's mission to both Adventist chaplains and our brothers and sisters who serve while wearing the uniform of their nation of community expanded and matured. Today, Adventist Chaplains Ministries overseas, including Adventist Chaplains Ministries, Adventist Chaplaincy Institute, and the World Service Organization. The role of ACM, as we call it, is to create competent, caring, committed Adventist chaplains to serve wherever their presence is needed. Chaplaincy worldwide enjoys rapid expansion, and Adventist chaplains are often recognized as being among the best professional, the best equipped practitioners in their field. During this past quinquennium, Adventist Chaplaincy Ministry experienced an unprecedented growth. And there were areas that we have strengthened. We have established programs. We have revitalized training. Several highlights include, for example, the endorsement of chaplains. Ecclesiastical endorsement is the church's affirmation that a pastor has been called and trained for chaplaincy, and that training is evident. The General Conference Adventist Chaplaincy Ministry Department is the official chaplaincy endorsing agency of the World Church. Today, Adventist Chaplaincy Ministry provides endorsement to chaplains in collaboration with the division's Adventist Chaplaincy Ministry departments, as well as to chaplains employed by the General Conference institutions worldwide. Chaplains whose home division do not offer an endorsement process in accordance with the policy of the General Conference can apply through the General Conference ACM department, and we will provide that endorsement to you. We will work together with the divisions to make sure that all of the requirements are met. I'd like to talk to you about Global Professional Board Chaplaincy Certification. A professional board certification is the church's seal of approval that a chaplain has the experience, advanced training, postgraduate education, and the required competencies to serve as a chaplain in any institution worldwide. But one more thing that I want you to know, and one of the most important requirements, is that before you apply for your board certification, that you are endorsed. During this Congress, there will be a presentation by Dr. Romagna that he will talk specifically about board certification and how to apply for that. Aspiring candidates go through a rigorous process of certification that includes extensive writing and a meeting with a certification board. After they have presented all pertaining documents to support their request, and those documents have been verified. In the last 3 years of the quinquennium, 33 chaplains received certification by the Adventist Chaplaincy Institute all over the world. ACI, Board of Certification, and more are in the process of verification and certification. Let me talk to you about clinical pastoral education. Since 2015, Adventist Chaplaincy Ministry has opened clinical pastoral education centers in Puerto Rico, Argentina, Mexico, Nigeria, and these are in addition to more than 10 CPE centers in the Philippines, Australia, and the United States. Ongoing plans include centers in Korea, Malawi. Presently, we have more than 300 pastors that are participating in CPE training at these centers. Let me tell you something else about CPE that I think is very important. CPE is a training that assists and helps the pastors to become better visitors. They can take better care of their members of their churches. So clinical training is not only for pastors that want to become hospital chaplains. No, it's for all kinds of pastors. We have conferences that will not ordain a pastor until that pastor takes a unit of clinical pastoral education. Also, CPE training assists pastors and chaplains in the continued development of their theological understanding of suffering and compassion. It's focused in our patients, in the students, in their church member visitation, and interacting with individuals of different faith, and even with those that have no faith. So another program I like to mention is the Medical Cadet Corps. The Medical Cadet Corps has been revitalized and has been changed with a different emphasis on training church members, young and adult, to serve their community. Their work is not in training and preparation to go to war. It's training and preparation to help in disasters, to support as requested for significant events. Self-discipline and leadership training is part of that. And in this ever-changing world, where we don't know from one day to the next, what will be the next pandemic, or what will be the next disaster, we need our church members trained, especially our young people, trained and disciplined to assist areas that have suffered of disaster. During this World Congress, we pray you will be blessed, that you will be inspired, that you will be challenged through the presentations. All of the presentations will be available for you to view in the weeks and months following the Congress for forever. I encourage you to check out additional presentations that may not be in your area of specialization. Regardless of what that presentation, if you complete that and you let us know that you have watched it, you will also get additional continuing education units. But most of all, may you daily find ways to do right, love mercy, and walk humbly as you live and share the story of Jesus with others. Many of you are chaplains working in our institutions, and especially in our colleges, universities, academies, schools. And I have the pleasure now to introduce Dr. Lisa Beardsley Harding, General Conference Education Director, with a reading.
I'm Lisa Beardsley Hardy, Director of Education at the General Conference World Headquarters. I want to thank you, chaplains, and affirm you in your vital ministry. What you do is so important with young people at schools, at universities. The relationships that you form with students is part of their growth, their spiritual development, and healing. So many young people come from backgrounds in which they've been wounded, and they learn what a healthy relationship is through you. Another important role that you have is to teach students. Many of you are teaching students in the classroom, and you might teach classes such as fundamental beliefs of the Christian faith or life and teachings of Christ. You teach them about the doctrines of the Bible, and this is important. But there's another aspect to teaching that you do outside of the classroom, that you do in evening worships and morning worships, and that you do in individual counseling with students. There's one doctrine that is very important that young people understand at this phase of their life, and that is that the body is the temple of the Holy Spirit. Global research shows that young people who believe that their body is the temple of the Holy Spirit are more likely to take care of their health, and they are less likely to engage in high-risk behaviors, to experiment with drugs and other high-risk behaviors. This is so important that they understand that their body is the temple of the Holy Spirit, and you can help them learn this and experience it and live it. It's a blessing for them now and for years to come. Thank you, chaplains, for what you're doing in the classroom, outside of the classroom, when you interact with students one-on-one, and when you meet with them at those times of crisis and when they need a spiritual guide and counselor. Thank you for what you are doing to bring them to a saving knowledge of Christ. I'd also like to thank the healthcare chaplains who minister at the bedside to families, to patients. Thank you, chaplains, and God bless you.
Here we are in a virtual event. The Third World Chaplains World Congress was supposed to take place in Indianapolis. You can see the skyline of the city of Indianapolis. But because of different world events, that is not possible. Indianapolis, as we all know, is a city in the United States of America. And now, with this virtual event, more than 600 chaplains have already signed up for it. And in the United States, belongs to the North American division. My co-host for the Third World Chaplains Congress is Dr. Anderson. Dr. Paul Anderson, like me, we call ourselves shipmates.
Mm-hmm.
We both served in the United States Navy. We both retired from the Navy. We both retired as commanders. And it is a pleasure for me to welcome you and to work together as my partner to co-host this virtual event.
Well, thank you, Mario, for the invitation, and I'm happy to be the host for all of you who are joining us remotely from all over the world. I have had the privilege of traveling with Mario to some of your divisions, and when COVID is over, although I don't want to seem like I'm soliciting invitations, I'd love to travel with him again to visit you all in your divisions. Thank you for joining us.
Dr. Ted Wilson was elected as president of the Seventh-day Adventist World Church in July 2010 during the General Conference session in Atlanta. Elder Wilson began his church career as a pastor in 1974 in the Greater New York Conference. He served as an assistant director and then director of Metropolitan Ministries in New York City from 1976 to 1981. He went on to serve in the church's then African Indian Ocean Division, based in Abidjan, Côte d'Ivoire, until 1990 as a departmental director and later as executive secretary.
Following his post in West Africa, he returned to the Adventist World Church's world headquarters in Silver Spring, Maryland, the United States, as an associate secretary. He went on to accept the position of president of the church's Euro-Asia division in Moscow, Russia, which he held from 1992 to 1996. Pastor Wilson returned to the United States to serve as president of the Review and Herald Publishing Association in Hagerstown, Maryland. He did that until his election as an Adventist World Church vice president in 2000.
An ordained minister, Pastor Wilson holds a Doctor of Philosophy degree in Religion and Education from New York University, a Master's of Divinity degree from Andrews University, and a Master's in Science degree in Public Health from Loma Linda University School of Public Health. In addition to English, he speaks French and some Russian.
He and his wife, Nancy, have 3 daughters. Emily, married to Pastor Cameron DeVasher, Elizabeth, married to Pastor David Wright, and Catherine, married to Dr. Robert Rank. The Wilsons have 10 grandchildren.
And with you, we have Elder Wilson.
Very special greetings to each one of you as a participating chaplain in the ACM World Congress. I have to tell you, I am a great believer in ACM. I am so grateful that Pastor Mario Cevallos has been giving such dramatic and helpful influence and leadership in ACM. Mario is just one of those people. He just shows and exudes the kind of care and special influence that chaplains can provide in all kinds of circumstances. I mean, there are many of you who are involved with hospital chaplaincy, military chaplaincy, prison chaplaincy, school, campus chaplaincy, so important. All of these are so important. And those of you who are involved even in industrial chaplaincy, people who are helping in various areas, including perhaps fire departments and police departments. Your work is of inestimable value. The way that you touch people's lives, the influence of your life on the life of someone, whether it is part of an organization or whether it is someone that is being treated or helped, you will never know until heaven the immense influence and blessing that you have been as you have connected with the Lord, who is the master chaplain. He is the one who leads us and guides us and shares with us the opportunity of knowing how to bring hope, encouragement, and a new vision to people who may be discouraged, who may be fearful, who may be distraught because things have just blown apart in their lives. That's the work of a chaplain. The work God has called you to do. It was my privilege to be a student chaplain during my years at Columbia Union College, which is now Washington Adventist University. I had the privilege of being a student chaplain for almost 2 years at the Washington Adventist Hospital, just across the campus from the college. Now the hospital has moved to another location, but that was an incredibly formative period in my experience, working part-time, 20, 25 hours, sometimes maybe 30 hours a week, touching the lives of people, whether seeing pre-ops, whether seeing patients in the regular hospital rooms, whether ministering to the alcohol unit, whether ministering to the psychiatric ward. In fact, I was born at the Washington Adventist Hospital. You'll find this to be an interesting little tidbit. I was born in a hall called Oakley Hall. It doesn't exist anymore. It's been torn down. But when I was a student chaplain, Oakley Hall, where I was born, a maternity ward, had turned into the psychiatric ward. Well, fortunately, I was a student chaplain helping people, and I wasn't actually a participant in that ward. But you know what? chaplains have a tremendous influence. Even a little card that you leave, a prayer that you have, and of course, as chaplains, we always try to share spiritually from the Word of God, give a promise and encouragement. You don't have much time during those interventions with individuals, whether it be in a prison, whether it be in a hospital or on some mission that you're on in the military, whatever it is. You've only got a few minutes at times to bring encouragement and hope to people. Now, we've been experiencing this pandemic, COVID-19. What a challenging situation. What a time for chaplains to step into the gap, to be part of the enormous outpouring of concern and love coming from the throne room of heaven, directly from the throne room of heaven, because you, as a chaplain, as I do, as a pastor, all of us as church members, need every morning to be connecting with the Lord, to draw the strength and the wisdom that we will be able to use to share with those as chaplains, those who are in need. So as a chaplain, this is an amazing opportunity for you to be a wonderful channel of hope, encouragement, and new vision for people who are in desperation. In the Holy Word of God, the wonderful, almost perhaps most well-known chapter of Scripture, Psalm 23, we read a number of things here, and I heard a marvelous devotional one time, and I'm going to draw on that because, we all can share with others, we can learn constantly, but that beautiful Psalm 23 exemplifies Christ's ministry to us, and in turn, a chaplain's ministry to those who are bereaved, to those who are in conflict, to those who are discouraged, to those that need an embrace, to those that need to see a new perspective in life. We'll briefly go through Psalm 23, you know it well, but it really impacted my life when I heard some of the specific aspects of each verse. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. You see, the Lord can supply our need. A chaplain supplies a need with those that he or she meets. He makes me to lie down in green pastures. You see, the master chaplain, Jesus himself, is one who provides divine peace, and he does it through you as a chaplain. He leads me beside the still waters. In those still waters, there is harmony. There is a peace. There is an understanding of the smoothness of an experience with the Lord. He restores my soul. Of course, those of you who work in healthcare, you understand very dramatically how the healing process is not only physical, but it is mental and social and most of all spiritual. When that paralytic was let down through the roof, the first thing Jesus told him, your sins are forgiven. He longed to hear that, and so many people long to hear the spiritual encouragement of healing that you will bring, regardless of what chaplaincy you are in. It goes on to tell us there that he leads me in the paths of righteousness. You see, this is God's guidance, His leading. This is what He intends for you as a chaplain to be very much a part of, guiding people's lives to something far better. And it says there, for His name's sake. There's a purpose in your work as a chaplain. ACM is not just a club. It's not just some fraternity. It's not just some kind of involvement to kind of keep you well educated in the terms of clinical pastoral education and trying to help know how to deal with situations. Yes, it's all that. But it is something even more. It has a purpose, and that purpose is that you lead people to Jesus. It goes on to say in Scripture, yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death. You see, there is danger all around, and we're faced with all kinds of challenges in this coronavirus situation, this pandemic. But God will lead us even in these dangers. It says, even though I'm in this valley of the shadow of death with danger, I will fear no evil, for you are with me. God brings confidence. If there's anything in a spiritual way that a chaplain should bring into any situation, it is confidence, not in themselves, but confidence in what the Lord will do for each of us. And then it says, your rod and your staff, they comfort me. That's the ultimate in personal protection equipment, let me tell you. PPE is not just a mask, not just some kind of special gown and other paraphernalia. God's protection is paramount. And then it says, you prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies. In a crisis, and chaplains are used to crises. That's many times what you have to face. In those crises, God makes provision. That's what a chaplain has as his or her greatest opportunity, to help people in crisis and point them to the one who can bring serenity and peace and encouragement. It says, you anoint my head with oil. You see, God consecrates each of us as church members and as chaplains, as people who are involved in sharing the message. He places a special understanding in our lives that we are to be those who will bring people together in reconciliation, that we're to bring peace and understanding. He has given us an understanding of who we are. And then it says, you anoint me, my head with oil, with this special consecration. My cup runs over. Heaven's abundance is there for you as a chaplain. God will always give you the powerful connection to heaven to help people in a crisis, in need. That's what chaplains are all about. Then it says, surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life. Loving kindness that God brings to each of us. And I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. Ultimately, your role is to bring people into a saving relationship with the Lord so that they too can bring encouragement to others. The work of a chaplain. You know, we're facing some very unsettling times, and the work of a chaplain is even more important today than ever before. From this beautiful book, Christian Service, and I hope you're acquainted with it because it's a marvelous book. Compilation, but a marvelous compilation. We're told here that in the very end of time, we're going to be facing unbelievable situations. Page 158 says, the work which the church has failed to do in a time of peace and prosperity, she will have to do in a terrible crisis under most discouraging, forbidding circumstances. Well, you know what? That's what chaplains are trained to do, to meet these crises. God's going to use you as we face the greatest crisis in the future, when everything that is against God's word and against His people will be poured out in all kinds of angry vitriol. God will help us to make it through as we lean upon Him. And as a chaplain, you can make a huge difference in helping others to understand their role in these final days. Page 136, it says, "There are stormy times before us, but let us not utter one word of unbelief or discouragement. Let us remember that we bear a message of healing to a world filled with sin-sick souls." The chaplain, whether it's in a school, whether it's in a hospital, in the military, in the workplace, on a campus, you are bringing encouragement to sin-sick souls, bringing healing and hope for the future. And then this last quote, page 188. "The glory of heaven is in lifting up the fallen, comforting the distressed." What a description of a chaplain through God's power. "And wherever Christ abides in human hearts, He will be revealed in the same way." He'll use you as a chaplain to reveal His great compassion and love for others. Wherever it acts, this power of God, the religion of Christ will bless. Wherever it works, there is brightness. May you as a chaplain in this ACM World Congress not only learn better ways to be a chaplain, not only understand how better to share your particular discipline in the workplace, in the hospital, in the prison, on the campus, in the military, wherever, but may you be a source of brightness because of your connection with heaven. And may Psalm 23 take on new significance for you as a chaplain as we look forward to Jesus very soon coming, and as we proclaim the three angels' messages of Revelation 14 and the fourth angel of Revelation 18 in helping people to give God the glory, to understand that we are to pull out of confusing situations termed Babylon, and that we are not to participate in anything that will in any way place us in a setting where the mark of the beast will be implemented, but rather the beautiful seal of God. That we are to call people out of confusion, out of Babylon, and into God's brightness and light, because Christ's righteousness is the very core of the three angels' messages, His justifying and His sanctifying power. What an opportunity to exemplify to people who this master chaplain is, the one who will bring us the beautiful peace that we understand from Psalm 23. "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want." May that be your ministry as a chaplain, as you touch the lives of people and prepare them for Jesus' soon coming, all through the power of the Holy Spirit, working in total member involvement and saying to the Lord, "Yes, Lord, I will go. I'll be a part of this great last day proclamation." Let me pray with you. Father in heaven, I lift up to you right now the chaplains of the Seventh-day Adventist Church all across this globe. They're going to be meeting in a World Congress that will take on unique proportions because it will be a virtual Congress. It will be done through electronic connection. But nevertheless, this represents real chaplains all over this globe who are dedicated to you and to allowing you as the master chaplain to work in their lives to bring the kind of encouragement that we read about in Psalm 23. And so, Lord, may each one of them be a source of brightness, of encouragement, of hope, of painting a huge perspective of encouragement for the future to those with whom they come in contact with. So, Lord, I place Chaplains in your hands and ask that you will bless this World Congress in an abundant way. Be with Dr. Savias and with all of the team as they focus upon truly being a blessing to others and pointing people to Jesus, to the foot of the cross, and to his soon second coming. Bless the chaplains of the Seventh-day Adventist Church and their work. In Jesus' name we ask it. Amen.
Chaplain Darrell Bigger was a U.S. Navy chaplain for nearly 30 years, retiring as the 14th Deputy Chief of Navy Chaplains for Reserve Matters. In that assignment, he oversaw all religious programs and ministry for more than 100,000 Marine Corps, Coast Guard, and Navy reservists. The Navy recognized his leadership by presenting to him its highest non-combat award, the Distinguished Service Medal.
Work on campus for several decades, and assignments and training at hospitals and prisons exposed Chaplain Bigger to other chaplain settings. He has 2 masters, a PhD, is a certified social worker, and a licensed marriage and family therapist. He pastored for 25 years before joining the faculty at Walla Walla University, where he is currently a professor emeritus of religion and social work and the dean of the social work and sociology department. Admiral Bigger credits his supportive wife and family for teaching him much about Christian civility, doing good, being kind, and affirming others.
Our world is full of inequities, injustice, selfish, mean, angry people, bigots. Public rhetoric is often vindictive, prejudiced, accusatory, blaming. Quite contrary to the well-known appeal from the Old Testament prophet Micah, who calls us to the best in ourselves, to an altruistic giving of our best to others, to devote our energy on behalf of others for the sake of the whole rather than the benefit of the few.
How realistic is that appeal? Can we effectively combat evil with good? Does it work to adopt and live out such an orientation when so many others are hostile and vindictive? Can kindness win the day? Let's listen as Admiral Bigger shared this presentation. Christian civility. Do good, be kind, affirm others.
Hello to each and every one of you. I'm so excited to be with you. I've looked forward to this for months. I confess to being somewhat disappointed that we have to do it this way. I had looked forward to seeing each of you individually, to having a chance to share a meal together, to hear about the work you're doing, to enjoy conversations in the hallway, be part of discussions in the same room. But we have to do what we have to do, don't we? So we pray that God will be with each of us as we're together in this way, and then that our being together might be a blessing in the work you do wherever you represent Him. Our theme, do right, love mercy, walk humbly, has become more and more relevant as this year has gone on, hasn't it? The pandemic, human trafficking, explosions, wars, earthquakes, political upheaval, mass migrations of vulnerable people, all kinds of ways in which people are crying out for help. The Me Too movement has brought sexual assault and abuse to our minds. Black Lives Matter points out how some people are disadvantaged and mistreated. We want much better world than this. Do right, love mercy, walk humbly. Those ancient words rumble out of a rural prophet 2,800 years ago. He was railing against the chaos that surrounded him and against those who were oppressing disadvantaged people. There had been earlier periods of prosperity, but now had come a time of national and international turmoil. People trying to escape. Several countries surrounding them were collapsing. The poor and disadvantaged were being taken advantage of. And even though financial prosperity came for some people because of the international contacts they were developing, it left many other people out of this movement toward prosperity. This rural prophet was decrying the injustice and social failures of his own people, of the leaders of his people. People who, like you and me, claimed to be God's people. Do good, love mercy, walk humbly with God was his plea. And those words fit well the context of our world today too, don't they? It becomes a Christian call to civility, an appeal to be just, to be kind, and to remember who we are. Who better than you to carry out that call? You chaplains who often work in non-religious settings, who are God's ambassadors in a secular world, you who are responsible to business and civic leaders, to national and international political leadership, you who have the ear of the voices of the world, who better than you to articulate this call from the prophet Micah? It reminds me of a Navy chaplain friend's experience. He had spoken to a group of Army officers, and when he finished, one of those officers approached him and said, "Chaplain, the Army teaches me to destroy things and kill people. I need you to keep me from liking it." You see, you chaplains are a moral conscience in a ravaged world. You're the voice of hope to people who badly need a message of hope. When you walk into a room of a sick patient, or into the emergency room where people are traumatized, you bring the expectation of something better, of good news, of progress, of justice. When you walk into a senior citizen's room, you restore meaning to their life, and you remind them of the expectation of the world to come. When you visit with a prisoner, you bring the hope of forgiveness and redemption. When you walk into a CEO's office, you arrive with a commission to speak truth to power. When you sit in the boardroom or the conference room, you are God's voice to those around you. So who better than you to do right, to love mercy, and to walk humbly? When I was a college student years ago, we used to sing a song about this text in Micah. He has shown you, O man, what is good, and what does the Lord require of you, but to do justly, and to love mercy, and to walk humbly with your God. We resonated with that theme. We were idealistic young people. We attached ourselves to meaningful causes. We wanted to change the world. It seemed so uncomplicated then. But the older I've gotten, the more difficult applying those principles has become. The theme of this Congress is a simple but powerful description of social ethics, a summary of how God invites His people to live in turbulent times, of how we can be ambassadors of peace and hope and healing to those who suffer, and the voice of moral leadership in a needy world. It boils down to a straightforward description of our Christian work: to resist injustice, to resist hard-heartedness, and to resist pride. When I sang that song with classmates in college, I didn't have the context I do now. But now I'm much more aware of my privileges and much less aware of how I can constructively use those privileges. For example, I'm in very good health, but not everyone around me is. My youngest sister contracted and died with leukemia far too young. Barbara and I live in a very comfortable home. But last year, we reconnected with a cousin and discovered that he had disappeared and been homeless for a decade. And we buried that cousin. I have a good job, a good education. I've only struggled for income during a few years of my life during postgraduate education. I have a wonderfully supportive wife, while I know many others struggle with marriages full of conflict. I have no physical or mental disabilities. Well, at least no mental disabilities that I'm aware of. I've never had to use a handicap access for anything. I walk normally. I speak normally. I don't have to use any of the accommodations or seek them out or request them. I'm a white male in America. And I don't have to worry about where I can sit or where I can eat. Or I don't have to worry about my safety if a policeman approaches me. I don't have to tone down my inclinations to express myself as I feel inside. Tone them down because of the color of my skin or my gender or my sexual orientation. I'm a very privileged person. I didn't earn it. It's just a happenstance of birth, of country, of family, of gender, of genetics for good health, of a personality that lets me be energetic enough but still able to focus, of enough competitiveness to try hard but still be cooperative, enough energy to keep learning and energetic enough to keep busy. All of those things are gifts with which I had very little to do. You are privileged too. Each of us, gifted in ways others are not. Some of us have more gifts and others less, but we all have unique gifts granted by God for the purpose of blessing the world in which we live. So how is it that we can go about distinguishing what those gifts are for ourselves and using them for the benefit of people around us? I struggled with that for many months. How could I, as a privileged person, address this subject? Last Christmas time, we had neighbors over for dinner before we went together to a Christmas musical concert. They're a great Presbyterian family. We've known them since their daughter was in early grade school. Now she's a young adult, recently graduated from college, married to a wonderful young man. They've both volunteered and worked in very challenging parts of the world. She had done stints already in the Sudan, in the Middle East, and in a little island off the coast of South America. So while we were eating dinner, the topic of this text came up, and I said, how do you cope with being a privileged young American couple when you are working with disadvantaged people? They paused, and then he said to me, many of those people don't see themselves as underprivileged. They appreciate the good things they already have. That perspective turned on a light for me. It opened a pathway by which any of us, rich or poor, male or female, Asian or African, indigenous or immigrant, any of us could do good, to love mercy, and to walk humbly. May I suggest that we respond to Micah's call in this way. We resist injustice by sharing the gifts and privileges we have. Second, we resist hard-heartedness by sharing the mercy we have received. And third, we resist pride by crediting God as the one who is the real source of our success. Now, let me spell those out one at a time and illustrate them with a story or two. First of all, do right. How can we constructively use these privileges we have? Well, first we have to identify them. It's our frequent tendency instead to be more in touch with what we don't have than what we do have. We complain about what we wish for. We long for and focus our attention on what we want instead of what we already possess. I'll never forget a self-identified optimist who explained to me the advantage of recognizing the good things you already enjoy. He was taken prisoner during the war in Vietnam, and for 5 miserable months was part of a group that was force-marched from way down in the south all the way up to Hanoi and put in prison. During those 5 months, they were wet, diseased, starving, suffering miserably. Many of the prisoners with him died along that route. He says that he, being a committed optimist, looked for things to laugh at and continued to hope and trust. When he got to Hanoi, they put him in a solitary confinement cell with a board on the floor for a bed, gave him a little bowl of dried bean sprouts and a stale piece of bread with rocks and sticks in it. And with that, in that setting, he said tears of joy ran down his cheeks. Why? Because he said, I knew I didn't have to take another step. All I had to do was tough it out here till the end of the war. Identify what you do have, your privileges. Then make repeated, forceful efforts to share those privileges. It's not easy. Our human tendency is to hang on to what we have, not give it away. A well-known and widely published 20th century theologian, Reinhold Niebuhr, social activist, addressed that dichotomy within our human nature, our tendency to be selfish, and yet there is some impulse to be kind and benevolent at the same time. Even though he acknowledges that impulse toward kindness, he says there are definite limits in the capacity of ordinary mortals which make it impossible for them to grant to others what they claim for themselves. So we have to do the hard work, the conscious, intense effort to share what is already ours. And let me disavow of an assumption that all of our privileges come in the form of money. There are many other things that gifts us. Our location, our health, our support systems, our contacts, our influences, all of those things are part of these privileges we each enjoy. And even having lots of money itself is not a bad thing. You remember, God's the one who gave us the power to get money. And even in Jesus's parable about the rich man who built more barns because he had more wealth than he could contain, even in that setting, Jesus didn't condemn him for being rich. He was warned because he tried to keep it all for himself. The 1% is gifted by God in order to benefit the 99%. We all benefit when our privilege is shared. So, how are others benefiting by your privileges? To what good causes do you devote your energy? What people experience the pleasure of my attention? Who benefits by our sharing? A short story. Several years ago actually now, a friend of mine had a very serious diagnosis. He had developed a brain tumor that had invaded much of his brain. He was told that the only way to save his life was to have a serious brain surgery. They did that and removed the tumor and the part of the brain that it had invaded. He was warned ahead of time that this could have some very dire consequences, and they did. He lost the memory of all the people he had known and the experiences he had had earlier in his life. He didn't recognize his wife, didn't know his neighbors, only had 1 or 2 glimpses of memory from his childhood. He had to start life all over again. The tumor had also affected his throat and his back. So much of his back was fused, his speech was affected. A few months ago, I knew by then that he had recovered much of this and had recreated a life for himself. His marriage had remained intact. He had many things that were a miraculous surprise to many of us. He phoned me on the phone a few weeks ago, feeling very sad. He had recovered some memories of being helpful in the church that he had attended earlier in life. He enjoyed praying with people, encouraging those who were discouraged. And now, because of what had happened with his surgery and because of the ongoing challenge in his throat, he couldn't do even this one thing to try to be of help to other people. After he shared that sad story, we prayed together. I prayed for him, and he prayed for me. At the end of that prayer, he said, "Well, you've now had your pastoral visit with a half-wit," a depreciating way in which he looked at himself. But I am glad to tell him and you that his prayer for me was a blessing for me. It touched me that he shared what he had with me, his hopes for a productive and good life. So, we resist injustice by sharing our blessings, our gifts, our privileges. Second, love mercy. We Adventists have difficulty with this one. Because of our history, we grew as a denomination out of a context in which everybody was already Christian. The fundamentals of Christianity were already assumed. We all believed that we depended on Jesus for salvation. Our special calling as a people, as an Adventist people, was to prepare people for the second coming of Jesus. And to do that, we emphasized sanctification more than justification. We wanted to help people work to become fitting examples of who Jesus was, instead of just rely on Jesus to transform us. And so we emphasized doing the right thing, keeping the rules, obedience. And that emphasis led us to elevate accountability and downplay mercy. We emphasized works, what you do, instead of grace, what God did. But we know all the time that those who most love mercy are those who have been most profoundly received mercy. I learned that from my experience with Anthony Robinson, who killed our older daughter. Shannon had moved away from home, gone back east to work, raising money for a hospital. One terrible day, Anthony got into her apartment, tied her up in her bed, and stabbed and slashed her to death. He was found not too many hours later, and ultimately convicted because of a palm print of his in her house and things from her place that he had taken to his apartment. He pleaded guilty and agreed to a sentence of life in prison without the possibility of parole, plus life in prison, plus 20 years. And for the next several months, I was devastated with grief. The sadness of losing her and the way in which she had died was horrific for us. The following spring, we got a phone call from the state's attorney saying that Anthony had filed several appeals, that he wanted to change his plea to not guilty, and he wanted his sentences reduced. When I heard that, the sadness and discouragement of my grief instantly changed, and I became furious at him. How could this man, who had stabbed and slashed the life out of our daughter and admitted that he had done that, how could he try now to get out of paying the consequence that he had agreed to? I was enraged at him. It didn't take me very many days to realize that that rage was going to destroy me. It was going to eat me up inside unless I did something with that. I sat day after day trying everything I knew to manage those emotions. I did all kinds of stress management exercises. I did spiritual exercises. I prayed. I read. Nothing worked. My stomach was still in knots. My fists were still clenched. My jaw was tight. I was furious. Came to church one Sabbath morning, and the chaplain, John Kress, not knowing what I was going through, had chosen Jesus' statement to his disciples as the focus of his sermon. They will know you are Christians by the way you love one another. It only took me a few seconds to recognize and remember other things Jesus had said about loving other people. And I ended up on the text in which he said, love your enemies. Do good to those who hate you and despitefully use you. And I was struck with that text. I had tried for weeks to do that. I had tried to let go of this rage toward Anthony, and I couldn't make it happen. This one thing Jesus wanted from me, I couldn't do. I was devastated, humiliated. Here I am, a lifelong Christian, and now a professional Christian. I'm a pastor, right? And I could not do this one thing Jesus wanted from me. I realized at that moment that I was as far from what God wanted for me as Anthony was from what God had wanted from him. And Anthony was in his prison cell in Maryland. It was humiliating for me. And then I remembered another text. Romans chapter 5. While we were still sinners, Christ died for us. Very rarely would one die for a righteous person, though maybe for a really good person someone might be willing to die, Paul said. But Christ shows his love for us in this, that while we were still sinners, Christ died for us. When I hated myself, when I was this revenge-filled, rageful human being whom Anthony was protected from by his prison cell, protected from me, Jesus died for that Darrell. That reality changed that day and every day for me since then. I recognized when I left church that morning that the knots in my stomach were gone, that my fists were relaxed, that my jaw was not tense anymore, and that a hurt I had carried for some time toward a colleague who had misrepresented me was gone as well. Those who most love mercy are those who have most profoundly experienced and received mercy. Third, walk humbly. The original word here can mean much more than just humble, the opposite of pride. It can mean discreet, respectful, kind, aware of who you are and the setting in which you find yourself. It really means to be prudent. So, how can we be prudent, humble, respectful? You've probably seen or gotten close to some celebrities in your life, people who were religious or political or military leaders, well-known scholars perhaps, or actors, actresses, successful business people. Most of us react with some degree of hesitancy and self-depreciation in those settings. Comparing ourselves with them makes us feel pretty sheepish. And we don't want to be overconfident about our own abilities. And so we tone everything down. I had an experience like that last year. I was flying back from a speaking appointment, coming home, and had a layover for several hours in Seattle, Washington, in the airport. In the lounge, I was sitting, working on the computer, and I saw a very tall African-American man approach the door, duck under the top of the door, walk into the lounge, right past where I was sitting, and sat down in a chair about 30 feet away. He looked entirely different sitting in that chair than I did. I sat with my feet flat on the floor, my legs sticking out straight in front of me, my upper legs. He sat with his back way up above the back of the chair, his legs high and slanted sideways, and his feet way out in front of him, all 7'2" of this unmistakable Kareem Abdul-Jabbar was right there near me. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, 20 years he played basketball in America, professional basketball. He is one of the most exalted basketball players in all history. A record 6-time NBA Most Valuable Player, a record 19-time NBA All-Star, 15-time All-NBA selection, and 11 times All-NBA All-Defensive Team Player. I could read paragraph after paragraph about that man. He still remains, even after his retirement and all the years since then, the all-time leader in points scored, field goals made, and career wins. And in addition to all of that, he's a best-selling author. He's a basketball coach. He's been an actor, a martial artist, and a cultural ambassador appointed by a Secretary of State in the United States. So, what did I do when I was that close to Kareem Abdul-Jabbar? Did I rush up to him and say, Kareem, I want to tell you about the last time I shot free throws in the gym. I got 5 out of 10. Did I walk up to him and say, when we had our last family reunion, we went to the gym and played horse with each other. And I came in second place to a guy who's just a lot younger than I am. No, I wouldn't have thought about bragging to him about basketball. It was easy for me to sit there and say nothing. Well, almost nothing. I did text my nephew, who is a basketball coach, to tell him where I was and who was nearby. But I was not brave enough to open my mouth to Kareem Abdul-Jabbar himself. I think that's what it would mean to walk humbly with God. Imagine yourself being in God's presence. What would you brag about? What successes in your life would seem big and monumental when you're near Him. Wouldn't work, would it? We depend on God. He doesn't depend on us. We are the creature. He is the creator. Walking with God would be privilege enough in itself. We would be stunned by our own inabilities. Our danger, paradoxically, our danger as human beings is at times when we're successful. When we do well, we're tempted to take the credit for ourselves, to brag a bit, to think, I worked hard for this. Other people haven't tried as hard as I have. I've been persistent for all these years. I deserve these rewards. I've earned this. It's much easier for us to remember who we really are at times of our failure. Then we remember our limitations. And those limitations describe much more accurately who we are than our periodic successes. David's a good example of that to me. The kind of leader who sustains their effectiveness as they remember their privileges and their limitations. For example, when he was invited to marry into Saul's royal family, David said, "Who am I and what is my family or clan in Israel that I should become the king's son-in-law?" And he deferred. When God promised to establish David's royal line for himself, King David went in, and I'm quoting from 2 Samuel now, King David went in and sat before the Lord, and he said, "Who am I, sovereign Lord, and what is my family that you've brought me thus far?" And then when, as a spiritual leader, he motivated the Israelites to raise money for a temple for God, David says, "But who am I, and who are my people, that we should be able to give as generously as this? Everything comes from you, and we have given you only what comes from your hand." We walk humbly with God by crediting God with our successes and remembering who we are. So our theme, do good, love mercy, walk humbly. Our world vibrates with the cries of the oppressed, the neglected, the abused, the disenfranchised. May you and I respond to their call and to Micah's appeal to do good by resisting injustice and sharing our privileges and gifts. May we love mercy by sharing the mercy we have received. And may we walk humbly by resisting pride and remembering who we are and crediting God with all our success.
Thank you for being a part of the 3rd Adventist Chaplains World Congress. It's time to take a break. We encourage you to get up and stretch, drink some water, and move around during the next 5 minutes. If you haven't liked and subscribed to the Adventist Chaplains YouTube channel, this is a perfect time to do that. Listen for the prompt of when the program will continue. It's time to continue the Third Adventist Chaplains World Congress. Please join us as we continue the next session.
This pandemic that we are suffering has forced different changes. Many programs that were supposed to be scheduled for this year, 2020, have been postponed or have been canceled. We decided not to cancel, and we decided not to postpone for next year the World Chaplains Congress, because many of our chaplains depend on the continuing education hours. So we have worked really hard for the program, and we have been able to record almost everything, and most of the program will be done during the next couple of days. But there will be some tracks that will be left for later on. The dates are what you see in the screen. For those dates, we will continue with the tracks. They will be available online. You don't have a time set. You can, after those days, you can access them at any time. And it is a good thing also, because others that may have not been able to benefit from it because they were run at the same time, you can also get credit for those. So pay attention to the dates that you now see on the screen, and on those dates, please come back to our website, and you will see those tracks available. You will also receive an email when those tracks will be available. Thank you very much for your participation in the World Congress. The theme for this World Congress is based on Micah 6:8 and centers on the thought of do right, love mercy, and work humbly. As servant leaders, our influence can reach into lives of persons who may never step across a church threshold.
Today, in the Do Right segment, Dr. Ted Hamilton will talk about what constitutes life, when life begins and ends. When hard decisions must be made, the chaplain must use the tools of presence, connection, and ethical priorities to lead to a whole outcome.
We will also hear about the three basic principles that drive who we are as humans: the human condition, the human predicament, and the human experience within the condition and predicament of life. We'll examine the question, where is God in this experience, as Chaplain Jay Perez leads us through a segment in human autonomy and vulnerability.
Understanding and practicing healthy professional boundaries is caring for others and caring for self. The professional boundaries segment, based on the work of Dr. Cloud and Dr. Townsend, explores some specific concerns for pastors and chaplains in carrying out their life and their ministries.
And today we live in a new era where many people are consciously isolating themselves with technology. How can we use technology to connect people even though we may be separated by space and time? How can intimacy be achieved as we build educational events that are built on the same principles of in-person group formation? Chaplain Vaughn Grant shares his thoughts in a prophetic voice with technology.
Birth, life, death. Genesis tells us in chapter 4 that Adam lay with his wife Eve, and she conceived and gave birth. Moses tells us in his psalm, the length of our days is 70 years, or if by strength, 80. And back to Genesis chapter 3, it says, for dust you are, and to dust you'll return. Birth, life, death. We come into existence, we exist for a time, we cease to exist. Birth, life, death. We exercise no choice over our personal beginnings. We don't choose our parents. We don't design our genetic makeup. We don't determine the time or place or circumstances of our birth. We just show up. As we grow and mature, we experience broader and deeper, but nevertheless constrained choice over the circumstances, the environment, the process of our life experience, but then only limited choice over the time and means of our inevitable demise. Now, there are those who sadly choose to end their lives ahead of schedule. But for most of us, death comes at its own bidding, when it's ready. It's at the edges of human existence that bioethical considerations arise. When does life begin? At fertilization, at implantation, or at 3 months gestation? What constitutes life? Is it the heartbeat? Is it life if I can feel a pulse? Is it life if there are still brain waves? And what is a human life worth anyway? In financial terms, we kind of have to figure that out anytime that there is a major disaster, a train wreck with injuries and casualties and deaths, an airline accident with injuries and casualties and deaths, and somewhere an insurance company figures out here's what a human life is worth. But that doesn't begin to compute what a human life is worth relationally or morally. And when does life end? Is it that final breath? Is it that last faint heartbeat? Or is it when the electroencephalogram, the EEG, goes flat, no brain waves? And who decides? Who decides? Is it a patient who's dying? Is it a spouse? Is it a family? Is it a designated legal representative? Or is it perhaps a physician or an ethics committee? Who decides? Today, around the world, 150,000 people will die around the world. Today, one day, 150,000 people. 7,500 of those, a relatively small fraction of people living in the United States, will die today. Men at an average age of 75, women at an average age of 79. And interestingly, the causes of those 150,000 deaths around the world are pretty much the same as they are in the United States. Heart disease is easily the largest cause of death worldwide. Cancer comes in second. Diseases of the lungs come in third. After that, it begins to vary a little bit. In the United States, dementia is now close to the fourth leading cause of death. And in this year, 2020 of COVID deaths will rise to probably a fourth or fifth position in the number of deaths occurring each day. And of course, that's not to mention accidents, abortions, wars, murders, natural disasters, and the list goes on. So we ponder and play and push and prod at the edges of life along a spectrum from potentially life-extending remedies such as transplantation of major organs or extracorporeal membrane oxygenation, a long word which for obvious reasons we call ECMO, E-C-M-O. To all the way at the other end of the spectrum, life-ending modalities such as elective abortion and physician-assisted suicide, there arise multiple questions of moral and ethical import. So we debate, we deliberate, we discuss, and then were compelled to decide. Catherine McKenzie is a physician in the Department of Internal Medicine at Yale School of Medicine in New Haven, Connecticut. She wrote an article, almost a memoir, that appeared in the Journal of the American Medical Association about a month ago, and in that story she tells how she had to decide. In Catherine's words, she says, I hadn't hugged Mom for 6 weeks. I called her on Mother's Day this year. She was short of breath and said she slept terribly. She couldn't lie flat. She couldn't speak in full sentences. Now, I live, Catherine said, 150 miles away. The EMTs came, emergency medical technicians, and put our mother in an ambulance and reported that her oxygen on room air was 80% saturated. It should be 95 or more, and she was just getting by on 80%. My sister couldn't join Mom in the ambulance or meet her in the emergency department. As it drove off, she couldn't help but think it might be the last time she saw her. And then Mom was gone. When the ambulance pulled away, it seemed she was going into the abyss without us. After being admitted to the hospital, a day of blood work and managing fluids and monitoring unfolded, and then a frantic call came. Mom is unresponsive. Her heart rate has dropped. Her blood pressure is tanking. She's on medications. What do we do? Do we want to send her to the intensive care unit? Do we want them to try to put a pacer in her overburdened heart? Do we want to pursue this? As her consciousness faded, my brave mother, Catherine said, mumbled to the bedside team, "I'm ready to die." But they still requested immediate clarity from me. Her care escalated. Finally, I was able to sit with Mom because we had decided to change her management to comfort care only. One last moment to say goodbye. Mom was dying, but finally, I could hold her. As my sister and I gathered in Mom's room and other family members joined, we reached out to the hospital priest to administer last rites. The telephone rang and last rites were administered virtually. My sister performed divine unction on Mother's forehead on the priest's behalf. The medications were stopped. We turned off the lights, growing quiet while we waited. By this time, Mom had been tested for COVID twice, and both tests were negative, so we could be with her. I got in bed with her that night and held her for the first time in weeks. But Mom didn't die. She slept soundly. Despite comfort care orders, no medications, no interventions, the next morning her vital signs had improved. Although not normal, she had certainly stabilized overnight. We decided to restart the non-critical care that she had been receiving and stop the comfort only. Mom's back home, gaining strength every day. Of the cruelties associated with the pandemic, and there are many, Catherine said, the most ironic was that the only way I could be close to Mom was when we almost lost her. On his last night with his disciples, Jesus said this, 2 short verses, 3 commands. A new commandment I give you, love one another. As I have loved you, so you must love one another. Everyone will know that you are my followers if you love one another. Love comforts, love cares, and sometimes love heals.
Today I want to talk about what it means to be human and what it means to be someone called to take care of human beings. The challenge of being human is that we are humans. And within the realm of humanity comes the opportunities and the difficulties of caring for one another because of our own needs and our own circumstances. But the challenge of being human is that we are human beings. So I want to talk to you about 3 basic areas of our human experience, our human condition, and our human predicament, because they are central to the care that we provide for one another. Chaplains, we are people who bring all our histories, our stories, our brokenness, our hopes, but at the core, we remain human. So what does that mean to live in the realm of humans taking care of humans? Let me talk first about the human condition. The human condition is described as our given sense of self, who we are. And it is what it is. It is formed from our stories as we grow up, as people share and train us, and we develop that sense of self. But we are humans, and that human condition makes us who we are at the very core. Then, within the life of being a human being, comes issues that we call human predicaments. Pastoral care ministry and chaplaincy usually deals with people who are trying to sort out predicaments in their lives. Predicaments is what I do with what it is. I'm a human being. What do I do with the things that come to life every day at every moment? Today, in the global world, we are dealing with a predicament called COVID, with an infection that has changed pretty much the entire way of doing things. That's a human predicament. How much we go out, to whom do we mingle and have fellowship and relationships? All those things create a scenario where, what am I going to do with that which is present? The human predicament. And then the combination of our human condition and the predicaments that come into life form what I call the human experience. And that's where pastoral care comes in. We come in to engage, to listen, to provide an empathic presence to that experience that is in front of us. It is an ultimate opportunity that we get to have as chaplains and as pastors, to be a listening ear and to provide that compassionate presence. The human experience is structured around stories. From the moment that we are born, we are stories that are being formed. And those stories begin to be shaped according to the people that we meet, the values that are installed. And that is part of that human condition that we continue to evolve and develop. Until one day, one moment in life, we come to a situation that calls for slowing down, for stopping, and for reflecting on what is going on. the chaplain has an opportunity to come next to that human being and be a listening ear and an empathic presence. One of the things that makes us human is that we have the capacity to be autonomous. And we are also vulnerable at the core. And the vulnerability of being humans, the vulnerability of not letting my whole story be shared, is one of the places where in chaplaincy ministry, we learn that compassion and empathy provide a safe space for us to listen and for us to minister to. That's where elements like joy, love, and peace are built and shared. That's when we build trust with the other, so that the human experience can be shared and then can be embraced. This is not something that is one way. We don't just stand in front of our patients or the people that we minister to and just provide a one-way street in the relationship. It is a mutual experience between the one that is caring and the one that is receiving. There's a key question when it comes to the challenge of living as a human being. And that is that when we are faced with our human condition and the predicaments that come with life, the key question is, where is God in that picture? As a chaplain, as a pastor, one of the questions that I have been asked the most is the question is, where is God right now for me? That's a question about connecting to something beyond who I am as a human being, and yet I struggle being human with the answer to that. I've learned that in most of the cases, it is about being able to say, well, tell me where God is for you. And that in itself begins a story that sometimes brings purpose and meaning, and sometimes it doesn't. But that is part of the challenge that we live with, the vulnerability of the care that we provide. So, in terms of the theory of being human, we are autonomous and we are vulnerable, but we live in this planet under the human condition, which is basically that we are human beings. Every day, we are faced with predicaments, things that we cannot control, things that are unexpected. And within that predicament, then the human experience happens. You and I get to provide ministry, pastoral care, and chaplaincy in the different areas, not only here in the United States, but around the world, in prison ministries, in colleges, in hospitals, in the military arena. Different places, and we are all humans caring for humans. My prayer today is that we can begin to understand that to connect to another human being, I first need to embrace my own humanity, my own human condition, my own human predicaments, so that together, between that other individual and myself, we can both embrace a human experience.
Practicing healthy professional boundaries is caring for others and caring for self. Boundaries are a line that indicate bounds or limits. They're rules that define the limits of professional behavior. Limits and rules we set for ourselves within relationships. All of those are boundaries. Boundaries are anything that help us differentiate ourselves from others. There are those things in life that show us where I begin and where I end. The whole concept of boundaries has to do with our being created for and existing in relationships. Healthy boundaries in relationship must be expressed and negotiated. It requires courage and honesty. Intangible, personal, and professional boundaries are an ever-present reality that can increase our capacity to care for others. Boundaries explain and make clear how relationships will work, whether explicitly negotiated, established by role, or maintained implicitly. Boundaries, this ever-present reality, clarify the nature of relationships with self and others. They are, in a way, like gravity, ever present. We react and move within the rules of gravity. When we try to push outside of those rules, we experience pain and maybe injury. We learn about the rules of gravity implicitly as we live and move around in the world. Relational boundaries we either learn or we don't learn. It depends on the families and the communities where we grow up. When we don't learn how to move in a healthy and nurturing way with ever-present reality of healthy boundaries, our capacity to care for others and to take good care of ourselves is impaired. Proverbs 4:23 says, "Keep vigilant watch over your heart, because it is from there that life springs." Boundaries define your soul and help you guard and maintain it. Boundaries are spiritual and relational laws, like gravity is a natural law. Boundaries help us to realize and recognize what is me and what is not me, which crisis is mine and those that are not. Knowing what is mine provides both freedom and responsibility. Freedom to be creative and to respond in ways that value both self and others, and responsibility to act from love and integrity, to model and express healthy boundaries. Have you ever heard that saying, "A lack of planning on your part does not constitute an emergency on my part"? If you have, if you're familiar with that, it might mean the universe is trying to teach you something about boundaries, because that expression is all about healthy relational boundaries. When we're exercising healthy boundaries, we are, first of all, taking accountability for our responsibilities, and secondly, not using our freedom, roles, or position to burden or hurt others. We are productive while exercising our gifts. We're working responsibly with integrity, learning and facing our fears, failures, and accomplishments. We're creative and doing our best. We're asking for help when we need it and able to accept no without judgment. We are happier and healthier when we're exercising our best self responsibly and respecting others' boundaries. Doctors Cloud and Townsend, in their book on boundaries, use the parable of the talents from Matthew 25 to remind us that this freedom and responsibility is also expressed through our internal gifts and talents. Our internal gifts and talents, skills and disciplines are within the boundaries of our control and responsibility. Even though that is true, taking ownership of them is sometimes frightening and most always risky. In this parable of the servant was not chastised for being afraid or for operating within the freedom of his skills and gifts and responsibilities. He was chastised for not facing and confronting the fear and working past it to do the best he could do. Failure to confront our fears and failure to use our gifts, skills, and talents responsibly denies the grace that God provides to us as we are learning the outer limits of our skills, abilities, and gifts. Successful and boundaried people are self-directed, self-initiating, free to do what is important to them and to what they feel called to. Boundaries also differentiate and define distinctives of roles and responsibilities. Knowing boundaries of role and responsibility make personhood known. We know ourselves, what we can or cannot do, by our experience of ourself and by the feedback we get from others. We're back to that idea of gravity again. We learn implicitly by our experience. In this case, our experience of ourself in relationship with others. By definition, a role is the character a person assumes, be that in an organization with a title and rank, a role as a family member, a role in society, like a good neighbor or an elected official. It could be an adopted persona, either real or perceived. Responsibility is accountability for actions and decisions a person agrees to undertake. There is an implicit agreement that in accepting a role, a person agrees to undertake the associated responsibilities. And we evaluate people by their ability to perform those responsibilities. We often judge a person's character in conjunction with how they manage their roles and responsibilities. When expectations are not clearly articulated and defined, responsibilities and our understanding of ourself as being competent, having integrity, and acting responsibly becomes muddled and malleable. Roles and responsibilities, like boundaries, are concepts that require mutually agreed upon specifications and limitations. Then, character and actions become determining factors in how well a person undertakes the responsibilities for the role they've assumed. The responsibility for maintaining boundaries in relationships lies with the person in the role of power. It is always the responsibility of the pastor to maintain healthy relationship boundaries for those for whom they're providing care and for their community, whether the recipient of care wants those boundaries respected or not. We are guided by our commitment to God and our professional ethics to enter into caring relationships with a clear sense of ourself, knowing our strengths and limitations, and with a responsibility to model a healthy expression of our role as pastors. Boundaries define professional and personal responsibilities. They reduce anxiety in relationships as the roles, responsibilities, and expectations are clear. They prevent enabling and codependent behaviors and reduce the risk of exploitation and acts of abuse. Boundaries allow for connection with love, not dependence. Choosing to violate boundaries has consequences. Consequences of trespassing, violence, abuse are far-reaching and have lasting effects on people's lives. We need to be able to trust ourselves and people of significance to us. As children, our ability to trust is informed by our experience of others as trustworthy. If basic human boundaries have been violated by someone we thought we could trust through violence, physical or emotional abuse, or by other means of exploitation, the sense of trust in self and others is broken. This is true no matter what age the abuse and violence occurs. Consequences of violations of primary trust and safety boundaries also damage a person's sense of ownership of themselves. They begin to understand that their resources, their body, and their time are available to others just for asking. With that, a sense of shame and worthlessness. This injury makes boundary setting difficult in all areas of life, and that tends to sabotage a healthy sense of self and ability to relate to others in healthy ways. Again, Cloud and Townsend. They describe the law of sowing and reaping as one that demonstrates the boundaries that require the person who is sowing to also do the reaping. When God tells us that we will reap what we sow, God is not punishing us. God is telling how things are. God is establishing a guide for healthy boundaries, one that helps us to determine what is mine and what is yours. Establishing boundaries require the person who is sowing also to do the reaping. What if every time you were up against a deadline for completion of a responsibility that's part of your role, you went to another person who had helped you before and that person put aside all of their responsibilities in order to make sure that yours were done. In essence, your poor planning created an emergency for them. Maybe that helper confronted you repeatedly, but never told you no. There's no need for you to change. You hear their anger maybe, and maybe even apologize occasionally, but you never feel the pain or consequences of your poor planning. The law of sowing and reaping has been interrupted. You're being protected from the natural consequences of your behavior. The law of sowing and reaping recognizes that a rebuke to a wise person will bring about love, as is described in Proverbs chapter 9. But people who are caught in these destructive behaviors are usually not acting from a place of wisdom. And those who bring anxiety and pain upon themselves when they confront irresponsible people without ever allowing them to reap what they have sown are really hurting themselves. Behaviors have consequences. That is a boundary.
Now, you might be wondering, how do you educate within technology? Is this even possible? Well, if it wasn't possible, you wouldn't even be seeing this presentation today. So here we are, all together, all around the world, and we are connecting. You might be on a phone, you might be on an iPad, you might be on a laptop. I'm not sure how you're watching this today. But we're doing this in real time as if we are together enjoying this conference. And this is what we hope to achieve as we start educating within technology. Now, things have changed significantly this year. Suddenly we're working from home. Suddenly people are on lockdown. Suddenly we don't know when we're going to be working in our offices or not. And so we've learned this new little word this year. It's called Zoom. And you probably are watching this on Zoom right now. And you might be participating in different ways as we go through these presentations. We also find that we're living in a world where people are consciously trying to isolate themselves with technology. Our idea here with our training and education is that we want people not to isolate, but to connect more. And so even before COVID came along, about 2 years ago here at Advent Health, our Vice President, who's also a CP educator, Jay Perez, spearheaded a new program for us here at Advent Health. And with that, we decided we were going to go online to do clinical pastoral education. Wow, what a concept. We were nervous at first. We thought, how's this going to work? How are people going to be able to extend? How can we extend that learning environment, the intimacy that we often have in a CPE class of a small group? How can we extend that so that it becomes as if we are together? And so we came up with some principles that we felt were very important, and I'm going to share those with you briefly here in this 10-minute session. Our first driving principle that we want to share with you as well is that we want to move from separation to connection. Because we're seeing so many people isolating with technology, not embracing the person who's closest to them anymore, but just sitting on a computer or on a phone and texting and watching videos. We're saying, no, that's not what we want to do here at Advent Health. And we want to share that with you, because we say we want to be more connected than separate. And so our first theory point behind educating within technology is making sure that we are as connected as possible. And that's why I said we use this little thing that we all know now suddenly called Zoom. And we're saying, well, we can Zoom together, or we can use Microsoft Teams, or whatever it is that you use locally. We want to encourage you as chaplains and as colleagues of us here at Advent Health to also find ways to use that technology so that you are not separated from each other and isolating, but that you are connected to each other. So that's our first point. Our second theoretical point when it comes to educating within technology is called distant intimacy. Now, I know some of you are watching today are from the motherland where I'm from Africa, and I want to give a shout out to all my chaplain brothers in Africa. Now, I know as I said that those of you who are from Africa and who live in Africa are feeling more connected to me right now. That is distant intimacy right there. The fact that we can be connected to each other, even as I am here looking at a camera and you are looking on the other side of a screen, I know that you can feel that intimacy. Now, likewise, I know that some of you are probably not feeling as intimate as what I am with all my African brothers and sisters who are watching this. So we have to be creative, and that's where story comes in. And colleagues, we really want to drive this point home that distant intimacy can really take place. That this is not something we just hope for or have faith in, but that we can actually build the collegiality as we are connecting within our technology that we're using. So as you know, for those of you that have done CPE before, and we want to encourage this, no matter what kind of training you're doing, whether it's CPE, CPE-like training, or whether it's a small group training, whether it's you trying to connect with your colleagues, take some time to build that intimacy. One of the best ways to do that we have found is to connect through story. Take time to listen to each other, to connect with each other, to allow each other to share the story of where you are right now, right today. And that is how intimacy can be built. Now, the other beauty of technology we have found within intimacy is that people can actually be connected because we're on a screen together. Now, at first we thought, well, this is really strange. Here we've got people on a screen. We're used to having people in a circle around us. Now suddenly we're on a screen. How does that work? Well, you know, actually, theoretically, we have found, and practically this works, that when you're on a screen and we're all looking at each other, we can build intimacy just as if we're in a group, because we can see each other's expressions, we can look at each other all the time, and so that intimacy can be created if you really work at it and listen to the stories. Now, one other thing about technology is that it can't do everything that we can do in person. So on a theoretical point, we also want to say our third point is learning online, but practicing in person. As chaplains, we are called to work in person, whether it's in a hospital, whether it's in the military, whether it's in a prison, no matter where you're working, we know that you are placed in a setting where you need to practice in person. So as much as online learning and education can take place and is a wonderful forum for us to start learning together and growing together and doing whatever we need to do online, please remember that the practice takes place in person. So to share with you what we have done here at Advent Health, we have instituted what we have called clinical preceptors. And so at all of our hospitals where we have distance learning, or as we refer to it, mixed mode, we also have a clinical preceptor on site, so that wherever that chaplain is working, they're working with a real person. It might be in a different city, it might even be in a different state. It doesn't really matter, because you can connect with that person, and that person can also connect with me as the educator. So if any of you are looking at doing some online education, please make sure that wherever you are practicing or wherever somebody else is practicing their chaplaincy, that they also have the opportunity to practice that in person. We're not going to be sending robot cameras into the rooms yet. I don't know if that's going to happen one of these days, but we're not doing that yet. And for now, we really want to be close to people, and so we will practice in person. And our last point on the theoretical side of educating within technology, is intimacy and trust. Now you'll notice this word intimacy occurred in the second point as well. We call it distant intimacy. Yeah, we're taking it even one step further. And we're saying intimacy will only work if there's trust. We have to build the trust. We have to create the trust. And once again, we have found the best way to build that trust through intimacy is by sharing stories. And so even within the technology, we share our lives with each other. We share our stories. We share our struggles. We share our walk with God. And so we want to encourage you to find ways, as you are using technology more and more and more, that you will also listen carefully so that the trust can be built and the intimacy can be maintained. So those are theoretical steps that we have. I'm going to take a little break. We're going to be talking about the practical side of it as well in a second part to this lecture. But I hope this was helpful for you to at least understand that you have to have some theory first so that you can really build a strong group when you're using technology.
Thank you for being a part of the 3rd Adventist Chaplains World Congress. It's time to take a break. We encourage you to get up and stretch, drink some water, and move around during the next 5 minutes. If you haven't liked and subscribed to the Adventist Chaplains YouTube channel, this is a perfect time to do that. Listen for the prompt of when the program will continue. It's time to continue the Third Adventist Chaplains World Congress. Please join us as we continue the next session.
Paul, love mercy. Mercy can be described as showing compassion and forgiveness when we have the power to punish someone. But this act goes far deeper. Sometimes we need to extend mercy to ourselves. Chaplain Julian Johnson will share how resilience can offer a pathway to hope.
What are the psychosocial and spiritual effects of loneliness experienced by the least of these? Chaplain Christian Taylor will explore these impacts and the three expectations that the least of these have of their community and caregivers in the segment To One of the Least of These.
And life is lived in the tensions of polarities. Ecclesiastes 3 is the ultimate place that informs these polarities. There is a time to be born, a time to die. In the paradox of human limitations, Chaplain J. Perez explores the four basic polarities in the human experience: finitude and possibilities, contingency and control, autonomy and dependency, and meaning and nothingness.
How does one develop the practice of extending mercy to others? Chaplain Theo Stewart will share thoughts on how mercy starts at home and within ourselves.
Today, I want to talk to you about resilience as a pathway to hope. This is the first part of a two-part series. I would suggest to you that each of us in ministry is a long-haul journey that we're on. Some of us pick up different things during that journey. Some of us pick up criticism. Some of us pick up judgment. But I would suggest to you that in addition to your theological training and your clinical training, you need resilience. Resilience is defined as the tendency to rebuild, rebound, recover, and recover your functional flexibility. It's rising above adversity while maintaining equilibrium and normal functioning. This concept is not new. In the early 1900s, during World War I, using the principles of crisis intervention, 66% of soldiers returned to combat just after 7 days of intervention. Prior treatment meant that only 5% 10% of people came back to combat. While we are at war with the devil, some of you may think that you're at war with people around you. Now, while I can't hear you say amen or clap, just smile at your camera and I'll feel like we're together. One of the unique things about strategies about how to be resilient in moments of crisis, there's always a period before, during, and after. Before the crisis, you have to resolve that the crisis is not about you. It would be easy to feel like we're experiencing a personal pandemic, but really this crisis is not about you. You've got to, number two, optimize your brain and your physical health. Creation Life, the creation principles, offer us ways to be able to connect not only with our God, but also with ourselves. During the crisis, we've got to have some encouraging self-talk. And we have to ground ourselves. And then after the crisis, you have to allow some time to decompress and calm down and debrief. There are a few goals of crisis intervention. And this goal of crisis intervention is to stabilize, to do some symptom reduction, and return to adaptive functioning. Facilitation of access to continued care. Now, most of you are thinking that we're talking about people in crisis, the patients, employees, or administrators we serve, but what if you are the person in crisis? What if I'm the person in crisis? I would like to offer you just a few ways to be able to connect with yourself in the midst of challenging situations. Glenn Schiraldi, in his book, The Resilience Workbook, offers very simple but reasonable things that we can say to ourselves during moments of difficulty and challenge. I can only imagine what it's like to be you where you are in your part of the world, dealing with the pandemic, separated, isolated, but also needing comfort and support for yourself. Here are 4 statements that I'd like to share with you. Number 1, this is a moment of suffering. And number 2, you got to realize that suffering is a part of life. And then number 3, May I be kind to myself in this moment, and then may I give myself the compassion that I need. Now, I would suggest to you that a lot of us are blessed to be able to live in places where I could get 4 CPE units, have a bachelor's degree, have a master's degree, and a doctoral degree. But I want to realize that there's some people watching this. You may be a chaplain who just is called to do chaplaincy work. You may have been a pastor, or you may be a bivocational chaplain as a pastor of a local district and working in a hospital. I want to give you something that's going to be helpful for you in your ministry. The book, Professional and Spiritual Pastoral Care, it helps to assist you in every single way. It provides you every single resources from death to being able to do assessments and all special things. But I would suggest to us that all of us are destroyed for a lack of knowledge, but I want to give you something that's going to infuse you and encourage you. Now, sometimes working in the church can be challenging. It's challenging to have committees that vote committees to have a committee to think about what the committee just voted. And sometimes that's a reality for many of us around the world. But I want to suggest to you that one of the reasons why I'm passionate about people in ministry is because all of us need some support. A recent study by the Barna Group said that 35% of people during this pandemic, 35% of people in ministry are burnt out. 35% of people in ministry don't know what else to do. Trying to shift from online, face-to-face ministry to online ministry, to reading eyebrows as a chaplain, to trying to figure out what is the best next course. One other statistic is very similar to this one, where it says that 70% of people in ministry do not have a friend that they can talk to about what's going on inside. Inside of each of us needs someone in ministry that we can connect with. We all need someone in ministry that we can talk to. We all need someone in ministry that we can feel like we can be ourselves around. There was a show growing up that I used to watch after one of my favorite shows on television. It says you want to go somewhere where everybody knows your name, where everybody is glad you came, where you can see, where you can be, where the troubles are all the same. You want to go somewhere where you feel comfortable. And I would suggest to us in ministry, just like in life, we need a place where we can feel comfortable. There are 2 people that we need in ministry, and I'm not talking about James or Ellen White. I'm not talking about the Bible and the church manual. I'm talking about 2 people who are real and relevant in your life. These 2 people are very necessary, very meaningful, and very important. Number 1, you need a person who you can be yourself around and a person who will tell you the truth about yourself. Too often we tell ourselves stories and lies we believe about how good we may be or how bad we may be, and all of us need someone who's going to be an encourager. For every David, there's a Jonathan. For I believe that each of us needs someone to be encouraged by. To be resilient, you also need a battle buddy, somebody who's going to stand by you, somebody who's going to encourage you, and somebody who's going to be there for you when times are tough. But everybody also needs accountability and a place where they can be authentic, a place where they can say, hey, I made a mistake, I messed up, but also some place that they can get encouragement. So what does this conversation look like? How do you get resilience from a friend, and what kind of questions should you ask? Well, I would suggest that in my own practice and with my friends, we ask ourselves the questions. Number 1, what are you going to do to take care of yourself? And how do we take care of ourselves in moments where there are difficulties? And if you could change one aspect of this experience without changing the outcome, what would you change? And then what is one of the worst parts of this experience for you? And then finally, what did you learn about yourself as a result of this encounter? Now, some of you may be saying, okay, Julian, we see you with this wonderful Advent Health logo behind you, but I'm a solo chaplain in a remote part of the world, and I'm just glad that ACM put together this in collaboration with Advent Health. I want to let you know that you may be the only full-time chaplain or the only paid professional minister there, but there are a team of people who would love to be with you, to connect with you in order to collaborate in ministry. The Bible talks about in 1 Corinthians chapter 12 and Ephesians chapter 4 that everybody has a gift, but everybody also has needs in order to facilitate the gifts of God. Each of us needs a circle of resilience, a circle of a place where we can ask the questions about our community, our own selves, professionally on mindful awareness. What do we notice about our own? What do we notice about our own well-being? And what do we notice about what really matters in our own lives? And sometimes you go too busy, just like me, asking everyone else how they're doing, and nobody else wants to know how you're doing. Not in a negative way, but some people just don't know how to ask you, as a professional minister, what to do. Today, I'd like to offer you 2 resources, in addition to the ones I've already shared, that may be useful for your practice of ministry. These 2 books have been a blessing in my life, and I want you to be able to get them. If you're a conference or union or division director, these are CPE units, and they'll save you some money just in a few moments, just with a few clicks of a very famous service that delivers things in 2 days or less. These books are Professional, Spiritual, and Pastoral Care, and finally, The Resilience Workbook by Glenn Schiraldi. Glenn Schiraldi talks about the fact that we all have and need essential skills to recover from stress, trauma, and adversity. My friend, my brother, my sister in ministry, the road to ministry, the road down this journey of ministry in life can sometimes be challenging, and you may feel like you're walking alone. But I want you to know that that promise that Jesus gave, that I will never leave you nor forsake you, it has no time expiration, and there's no limit about the fact that God wants to walk with you. I want you finally to remember that you do not walk alone. May God bless you today.
So in Matthew chapter 25, Jesus depicts a judgment ceremony in which I think each of you are very familiar with. That ceremony consists of him coming in all his glory, sitting on his throne, and then dividing humanity, dividing all people into 2 groups. There's the sheep, and then there's the goat. The sheep are those who do something very interesting. They see Jesus even though they don't know they're seeing Jesus. In fact, they are the ones going around helping those who are sick, who are in prison, who are thirsty, hungry, and in need of clothes as well. And for some reason, Jesus says that if you've done it unto the least of these, you've done it unto me. I think that's very crucial because there is a least of these population around that maybe you and I aren't always aware of, and even the wider society. But the least of these are the people that God and Jesus are keenly aware of. The least of these. I met a member of the least of these. He was a gentleman. I was back in my student days of residency in chaplaincy, very young and fresh to this whole context of healthcare ministry. Well, I got a call on a pager to go see someone in the behavioral health area. Apparently, he had tried to take his life, and the team thought that it would be good for the chaplain to go and visit. Now, I want you to be honest, like I'm going to be honest with you. There are those visits, those calls that I think are too big for me. They're bigger than me. They make me feel like I'm maybe unprepared, or they're a little daunting. And so this was one of those calls. I have to be honest and say I really didn't want to go. I didn't want to go because I didn't know what to expect, and I felt very unprepared for what I would run into. But I did go because I have a badge, and I'm entitled chaplain, and I have to go. So I did, and I went in the room, and to my surprise, I introduced myself. Hey, I'm the chaplain. I'm here to just support you. Wanted to see how things were coming along with you. And I got nothing. Absolute silence from this gentleman. In fact, he was laying on a bed, and the bed was up against a concrete wall, and he glanced over his shoulder. While he was looking at the concrete wall, he glanced over his shoulder at me, heard my little spill for about half a second, and then he turned back to the concrete wall. In that moment, I thought, clearly that wall's more interesting than I am, and he didn't want to have anything to do with me. I was in a really kind of a conundrum. What do I do? And so I thought, maybe I'll do what I'm supposed to do, turn around and walk out. So I was about to make my about face when something just arrested me. I felt like the Holy Spirit was just telling me, Christian, this is not your time to leave. Everything in terms of my anxiety said that the clear exit to the door would be great. But I couldn't leave. There was something there that he needed, and there was something there that I was supposed to do for him. So I just pulled up a chair, sat down, and sat in silence for about 40 minutes. This gentleman was looking at his concrete wall, and every about 10, maybe 15 minutes, he'd turn his head over a little bit, look my way to see if I was still there, and then he'd turn and look at the concrete wall. Well, after about 40 minutes, I felt like that was a good visit. And so I told him, I said, hey, it was good to sit with you. It was good to be with you. I'll be back tomorrow and we can sit together again. And that's what I did. But this time, I think the curiosity kind of just like plagued him too much. He couldn't just sit there and that curiosity as to why this strange gentleman is just sitting in a chair next to my bed. So he started talking. He told me his life story. He began to cry, and he told me the reason why he wanted to take his life. And his plan was take his wheelchair, because he didn't have any legs, and he'd roll it down into an intersection and hope that one random vehicle would take his life for him. Well, on the way down the hill, the wheelchair tipped over. Ambulance were able to take him in, and there I met him. But he was determined. He was determined that with all his might, the moment he got out of the hospital, he would try again, and this time he would succeed. He was of the least of these. And I'll tell you why he was the least of these. Because he had lost all hope. There's something about those who are part of the least of these that I think maybe we may be missing. There is some psychosocial and spiritual effects of being in the least of these. All humans have this desire to connect. So I want to share with you these 3 expectations that people who are of the least of these have. They expect to connect. They expect, like you and I, every other human being, to have some sense of connection with others in humanity, to have some intimacy, some degrees of relationship. And yet, when you're a part of the marginalized, the forgotten, the downcast, the left out, connection is often the last thing you get. And so, that natural expectation for connection is left with disappointment. And so, they have another expectation. They expect that their social isolation will always be. See, the least of these have been taught that the world around them will never actually connect with them, will never actually show them the love and care that they need. They will be lonely. The world around them has taught them so. And so the lonely expect to be lonely. They have lost faith in the world around them, the people around them, the community around them. And so the socially isolated always expect to receive more isolation. But let me tell you one last expectation. The last expectation is that until they have lost all hope, they expect compassion. See, compassion is actually the antidote to loneliness. Compassion is when you and I have some deep inner response to seeing someone else's pain, someone's brokenness, someone's burdens, and inside we have empathy. We feel with them and for them. And compassion is also active. It demands some outward response to alleviate what we see right there. And so the lonely have an expectation for compassion. And guess what? Compassion is the very thing that they need to find hope again. Compassion is the very thing that they need to live again. This gentleman who was of the least of these, as he's in tears, crying and uncontrollably and really just expressing all the pain that is inside, I was left with no answer. I didn't know what to say to him, what to do for him. So guess what I got from God? He said, take your hand, your little feeble hand, and place your hand on his hand. I wrestled with God about that because the least of these are frustrated and a little edgy and they're sensitive and he looked a little rough, but he said, take your hand and hold his hand. I said, God, he's a grown man. Grown men don't like us holding their hand. Take your hand and touch his hand. And when I finally obeyed, the gentleman worked through his tears, caught his breath, and he said these words that stay with me and have really facilitated this working theory or paradigm I have about loneliness. He says, no one has touched me in 7 years. You don't know what this means to me. It hit me like a ton of bricks. The antidote to his loneliness, his desire to take his own life, his hopelessness was a hand on top of his hand. It was a touch that he had not felt in a long time. What was it? It was the touch of compassion. It said to him, I see you. I value you. You are a human being. You're alive. You are worth seeing. And it broke him free of the cage of hopelessness that he was in. It gave him life again. It gave him a reason to live again. And for you and I think that if we can work through this theory of addressing loneliness with a touch, with some compassion, we'd be doing what Jesus told us to do. That touch them, visit them, and if you've done it to them, you've done it unto the least of these, you've done it unto me.
I would like to talk with you now about the subject of the paradox that we live in our human experience. The elements that bring surprise when we take the day-to-day life. And I want to open up with a text from Scripture. It's found in Ecclesiastes, the 3rd chapter, and it's very familiar with most of us, the first 10, 12 verses, because those verses describe what I call extremes or polarities in life. The one that calls my attention when it comes to ministry and when it comes to the paradox of human limitations is the one that says, there is a time to be born and there is a time to die. A time to be born and a time to die. If I take that text for its value, at face value, I would say that I can choose to put all my energies in one of those places. All about being born, all about the death and the end. But what that text actually shares or says, I believe, is that life is lived in the in-between, which is a place of paradox. Because I will be born, but I also will die, and what I have now is actually the life that I get to live. So when it comes to the paradox of life, I want to share with you 4 different polarities that just about every human being faces as we go through life. The first one is what I call the polarities between being finite beings and also being humans with a lot of possibilities. The tension between finitude and possibilities. God created me with the capacity to do a lot of things. I have the capacity for a lot of possibilities in life, to do things, to dream ideas. But I also have the limitations that I cannot do everything. I'm a finite human being. And one day, I will die. So I live in the tension of knowing that I have a birth date, that I will have a date when I will die, and that now is what I have, the moment the here and the now. The second set of tensions is what I call the tensions between contingency and control. As a chaplain, one of the questions that I get to being asked is, why does this happen to me, chaplain? Why? Well, I don't know why, but things in life happen sometimes because life happens. I call that the contingencies of life. And yet, there are some things that I can control. And the tension between the contingencies and the control is a place where I live life every single day, trying to discern the difference between the two. I wish that we would not live in the world where COVID-19 has changed our lives so much. I wish I could go to places that I used to go and just openly share with friends. But I have to acknowledge that something happened contingent. I did not plan it, I did not control it, and now that's the world that I live in. The tensions between contingency and control. The third set of paradox and polarities is what I call autonomy and dependency. I have the God-given right to make decisions and to be an autonomous human being. And so on a daily basis, I make decisions because I can. But I also need to realize that I am dependent on others. I cannot just be so autonomous that I don't maintain a relationship with other human beings. And this tension between being autonomous and being dependent is one that we bring from the moment that we are born. I have the joy of having two beautiful granddaughters. The oldest one is 3. The youngest one is 9 months old. And when I go to visit them, and they live about half an hour from my house, so I see them often. But already I can see them struggling with the things that they can do and how much dependent they are on things that we need to provide for them. We are born autonomous beings, but also very dependent beings. And then the next polarity is what I called the polarity between meaning and nothingness. For some reason, we think that everything has to have a meaning in life. What's the meaning of that? Chaplain, what's the meaning of this? And there are moments in life where I just don't know what the meaning of that moment is. My need to know is going to raise my level of anxiety and stress. The greater the need to know, the more anxious I will become. In the midst of this paradox of life and death, finitude and possibilities, contingencies and control, autonomy and dependency, meaning and what I call nothingness, that's where ministry finds itself. When I talk about meaning and nothingness, one of the most meaningful examples of that is Christ on the cross. When he was hanging on the cross, he raised his voice to his Father, and he wanted to know, why have you forsaken me? There was silence. The nothingness of the moment. Because there are moments that simply any explanation would not be sufficient. But that's an example where God was still present, even though it seemed to be silent. Ministry lives in the tension of this world. In my next presentation, I'm going to talk about the practice of this area, things that are tangible that we can do in the practice of healthcare and ministry. But it is important to understand that the moment that I am born and the moment that I die, I do not have control over that. I can only live in the here and now, and that's what God asked me to do, to be in the moment and to be present. It is actually the place where we provide ministry, the here and now. We listen to the patients, we listen to their stories, we try to stay within the room or the space where the person is, and in that moment, we try to be someone filled with grace and love and compassion. Do I like the lack of control? Do I like sometimes when I cannot find an explanation? I don't like it. But the good news about this is that I don't have to like it in order to embrace it. It is what it is. So my prayer for you is that as you minister in the mix of the human experience and the paradox of the human limitations, you find comfort in the fact that in the here and now, the presence of God lives.
Love mercy starts at home with family. Micah 6:8 says, "He has showed you, O man, what is good. And what does the Lord require of you? To act justly, to love mercy, and to walk humbly with your God." I cried. I watched in disbelief. I heard the words, "I can't breathe." I heard the cry for mama. And still the knee stayed on his neck for 8 minutes, 46 seconds. I cried. I felt impotent. I was scared. My 2 daughters were 4 states away from me. This could happen to them. It could happen to me. It could happen to my wife and my nephews and my nieces and brothers and colleagues of color. I saw only a week before a teenager, Armand Arbery, trying to avoid confrontation, shot before my eyes. Fear and anger came flooding in my body. The Peter that denied at the denial of Jesus came through my mind, and some of the colorful words he may have used to emphasize his denial that he did not know Jesus took a hold of my mind and my lips. And then Breonna Taylor's shooting in her own bed in the middle of the night. Lord, have mercy. Where is the mercy for them, for people of color? Thank God for those protesters who believed in justice for all and was willing to demonstrate, according to John Lewis, good trouble, to fight against systemic racism and social injustice in America and indeed over all the world. There's something within us that longs for justice for others and for ourselves. But there's only one aspect of justice that is fully within our control, and that is our behavior towards others. To a people who hurt the Lord deeply by their selfishness, hatred, and unjust treatment of others, the prophet Micah says, "He has shown you, O man, O woman, what is good. And what does the Lord require of you but to do justly, to love mercy, and to walk humbly with your God." My friends, my fellow chaplains, what does the Lord long for from us? God wants to do justly. He wants action. He wants affection, to love mercy. He wants an association to walk humbly with your God. As a people of God, instead of demanding my rights, let right be done to me, the scripture is suggesting, no, the scripture is demanding that our goal should be, let me do right. Great things can happen when we say, in my family, in my community, in my workplace, in every relationship, let right be done by me. I suggest to you, my friends, that the prophet Micah describes family affection as a cure for international conflict. In context, Micah 6 deals with the threat of the Assyrian conquest in the 8th century BC. Using a courtroom drama as his format, Micah launches an ancient episode of Law and Order in which God and the people presents their cases. The people argue that they have repeatedly upped the ante, the cost, the price of their offerings for their sins and their transgressions without any effect, leaving them with only one final question. Would they be accepted before God if they offered their firstborn son as a sacrifice? But my friends, wrong questions elicit or induces or invokes a wrong answer. The prophet doesn't go there, but simply ignores the desperate attempt of the questioner to get a ruling on the best kinds of sacrifices. The prophet lets them know that their questions missed the heart of the matter. God replies that inward qualities, not outward qualities, will address the issue. You see, the inquirer's preoccupation with sacrifice showed that a vital dimension was missing from his thought process, his worldview. He saw through the sacrifice to reestablish the vertical relationship, that relationship between himself and God. But he overlooked the horizontal relationship between himself and his or her fellow man or fellow woman. Instead, God redirects him and demands that the people practice covenant love. The phrase love mercy refers specifically to a relationship in which a mutual covenant exists. The Hebrew word for mercy means God's loving kindness. And so loving mercy is in fact crucial if we are to be like Christ Jesus in this world. God wants us to do justice, to be a voice for the oppressed people, the unprotected people, the widows and the foreigners, and to stand for the rights for the handicapped people, the minorities, the elderly, the poor people, and every other person who is being treated as less than human. God wants us to embrace faithful love, or to love kindness, or to show what some interpretations say, to love mercy. We are to respond to God's love by sharing that same love with others. And I suggest the first place to learn and experience this is in the family. The specific problem Micah addresses is the unjust way in which wealthy, privileged Israelites treated their poor countrymen and countrywomen. However, the phrase, "oh man," implies that God speaks of the universal human relationships, which brings all of us into play. 3 implications follow. Firstly, if Israel cannot learn to love their own, there is little reason to think that they can love others. I want to suggest that this love starts in the home with family. Family are the ones who accept you for who you are. I agree with Friedrich Nietzsche, who says, in family life, love is the oil that eases friction, the cement that binds closer together, the music that brings harmony. And Pope John the 23rd said, family is the first essential cell of human society. Secondly, if Israel can learn to love their own, they can offer the same covenant relationship to others, even to their Assyrian oppressors. The family isn't always blood relationships. It is the people in your life who genuinely and authentically want you in theirs. My wife and I were foster parents for a number of years, and I want you to know that those 48 children who lived with us during those years were family and loved. They had all the rights in our home. Thirdly, this love may begin as a duty, but familiarity with the loved object causes it
It's time to continue the Third Adventist Chaplains World Congress. Please join us as we continue the next session.
Well, welcome back from lunch. Day one of our World Congress. Today, or this afternoon, we're going to talk about Micah's appeal to walk humbly. In our morning sessions, our speakers discuss the portions of Micah 6:8 that deal with doing right and loving mercy. As chaplains, we're called to be servant leaders. This afternoon, as we study how to walk humbly, Chaplain Edwin Alicia will guide us through the mystery of servant leadership and its three main principles of example, proximity, and empowerment.
And just because you have or you are done with your formal education, that doesn't mean that a chaplain stops learning. That education is over. A chaplain who prioritizes their time to educate themselves in new concepts and ideas with self and others enhance their knowledge and skills as a spiritual care professional. Chaplain Joey Rivera discussed this in the Journey of the Chaplain as a Lifelong Learner.
There are moments when the loudest voice in the room is the one that is the most quiet. Chaplain Ivana Manya addresses this idea in the strong voice of a quiet presence.
The ethic of humility in spiritual care is more about being than doing. It is about humbleness, gentleness, patience, and bearing one another up in the unity of love through the bonds of peace. Dr. Ted Hamilton reviews these ideas in Learn from Me, for I am meek and humble.
Only three things happen naturally in an organization: friction, confusion, and underperformance. Everything else takes leadership. Peter Drucker. The one idea that I want to leave with you in this day is that servant leadership is one who leads through relationships and empowers his people to thrive. 3 points that I want to drive today. Number one, I want to talk about the foundation of servant leadership. I want to talk about the transforming agent of servant leadership, And I want to talk about the insanity of servant leadership. Let's talk about the foundation of servant leadership. Example, integrity. In Numbers chapter 11, there is a story of Moses and how Moses is going for maybe what could be considered a compassion fatigue or maybe a burnout symptoms, because he just told God, you know what? I've had it. This is enough. I just cannot keep carrying these people. I've given them everything I have, and they keep asking for more. Kill me. Just bring someone else, but this is it. And God says, do something. Choose 70 people, bring them over to the tabernacle, and that caring spirit that you have, I'm going to put into them too. So Moses, I don't know if he texted or how he did that day. Maybe he sent a group message and notified everyone. And everyone came, but 2 people. Unfortunately, I don't know what happened with them. They were too timid. Maybe they didn't consider themselves worthy enough, but they didn't show up. And thinking that the 70 are there, the Holy Spirit comes down, and it says that they start prophesying. And when they are prophesying, as the Spirit hits them, it's spilled into the other 2 that were out in the camp that were not with them, and they started prophesying where they were. And now there is a kid that comes running to Moses and said, Moses, Eldad and Medad are prophesying back there. And now Joshua interrupts Moses and said, my Lord, forbid them. Stop them. Don't let them do it. And now Moses has a very profound answer, which is a question to Joshua. Are you jealous? Thankfully, the question did not finish there. The question is, are you jealous for my sake? I wish that God would let everyone prophesy, and he would put his spirit over everyone in this nation. And here is a mind-blowing experience in which Joshua thinks that they can control people, that this is also only an exclusive group. And Moses says, no, this is an inclusive group. I don't know why they were there, but I will not question my master for giving the Spirit to them. Example, integrity, inclusiveness. These are foundations for servant leadership. Albert Schweitzer on one occasion said, example is leadership, leadership is example. Now let's go into the second point, proximity, the transforming agent of servant leadership. It has been proven that within 2 years of a person being promoted to an administrative position, normally that person will forget the realities of the job that he was doing or she was doing, unless that person is intentional. About 7 months ago, something like that, there was a big activity here in Florida, and all the chaplains were supposed to be there, and we were trying to find help to have substitutes in the hospital so all the chaplains could be there, even me. Unfortunately, we could not find for one shift. And I decided to stay behind and cover the chaplains for that shift so they could enjoy the activity. I was supposed to finish my shift at about 10 o'clock that night. And about 8:30, we hear the message, code blue, and it says the room number. There is a cardiac arrest. And I rush to the floor, and when I enter the unit, there is a massive amount of people gathered in a waiting area, and they are all praying. As I walk into the unit and down the hall, I can see that there is a smaller group of people in front of the room, and they are also praying. As I approach the family to see who is who, I can see that the wife of the patient is being surrounded by friends, and they are praying with her. But I also notice that the kids are a little further down, but they are crying as they are suffering, but not with the rest of the people. Right in that moment, the physician comes out and he says, ma'am, I want you to know that we have put 15 pints of blood in your husband, and things are not looking good. And she stops him right there and she says, I want you to know that you are speaking words of men, but I want to speak the word of God, and he has promised life for him. He has promised healing for him. You do your part, we will do our part, we'll continue praying. No, do everything for my husband. I said, wow. So here we are, and then she says, by the way, the chaplain just got here and he's going to pray with us too. And I was part of the team that was praying for the healing of this person. It took me a long time to be there with the family, a long time to get the story, to know their story, where they came from, what they had achieved, all the dreams that they had for the future, everything about the family. It took me 2 hours. And about 10:30 at night, that night, she says one more time, Edwin, I want you to pray again with me. And I decided to do something different. I told her, why don't we pray right beside him? The nurse was not very happy because the scene was not pleasant at all. You see, he had a liver condition and he was bleeding, and you could see the broken body, that it was just practically a dead body. Now she kind of leaned back and she resisted to get any closer, and instead of praying, she turns around and she says, Edwin, I want my husband alive, but I think I am mistreating him. And right in that moment, the 3 children are right behind me, and they burst out crying. And she said, oh my God, why are you crying? And then they replied, because Mom, we believe the same thing. I think Dad is already dead, and we're pushing him beyond measure. Not long after, she decided not to push anymore, and within minutes, that patient was dead. Proximity changed, transformed this woman's mind and conception about life. But proximity that night, that evening, also changed me. Because you see, I've been bothering my chaplains, the second shift chaplains. Get off on time, finish at 10 o'clock. You can do it. Trust the next person that is coming right after you. And that night, I was just getting home at 1:30 in the morning. Proximity changes you. The distance leader may become an irrelevant leader if he doesn't want to get close to his people. Now let's talk about the third aspect of servant leadership. Empowerment. I consider empowerment the insanity of leadership. You see, and the best example for this is Jesus. When Jesus was talking to his disciples in John chapter 12, verse 14, he says to them, truly I tell you, whoever believes in me, the works that I've been doing, they will do. And even greater works. And I'm saying to myself, what? One thing is to think that you're doing something great. The other is to think that your people can do it better than you. This is the insanity. It takes a lot of maturity. It takes a lot of self-awareness to think and to believe that your people will do it better than you. And it'll happen. They will do it better than us. The positional leader seeks control. The servant leader seeks to unleash the talent of his people or her people. The servant leader does not seek to have power over, but to have power with. I'm hoping that you can be a strong leader and one that allows his people, her people, to thrive in a changing world. Thank you.
An impactful chaplain is a life learner who enhances their understanding of the ever-changing world around them. After completing my MDiv, I believe I was ready to take on the world. I packed my belongings in my small car with my diplomas and books, and I headed to my first assigned church. I was going to bring all that knowledge that I had acquired to the small church and show them the correct way of doing ministry. The first event I was to participate in was the church board. I walked in with my blue blazer and my power red tie. I took my seat beside the head pastor and the meeting began. For the next 2.5 hours, all my self-assurance based on what I had learned in my formal education was smothered by what I didn't know. I was lost in the budget talks, in the discussions over building and safety codes, diplomacy, and understanding the community and culture of where I was going to serve. By the end of the meeting, my tie was undone and my confidence was deflated. As I headed to my car and slumped in my seat, I was in a daze and unsure if I can do this. There was a knock on my car window that brought me back. There standing was an elderly man by the name of Bud. He was one of the church elders. I rolled down my window and Bud reached in and patted my arm and said, "Welcome to the real world, Pastor." I gave him a half-hearted smile and said, "Wow, I got a lot to learn." "Good to hear it," said Bud. "Meet me here for breakfast tomorrow at 7 a.m. And he walked away. The next morning I sat with Bud at a small cafe and I began my journey as a lifelong learner. From the moment we take a breath in this life, we begin to learn. We learn that if we cry, we will be held, fed, or changed. For the first 22 years or so of our lives, our main job is learning. The bulk of our time is spent in classrooms acquiring new knowledge. And then once we graduate, we feel like the education of a phase of our lives is done. And now it's time to go out into the world. Have you ever thought how odd that is? That only a quarter of our lives should be devoted to learning, and that we should simply rest on our laurels for the remaining 3/4 of it. I say there is more for each of us to learn, and learning should take place our whole lives and in the whole world. Being a lifelong learner will enhance our understanding of the world around us, provide us with richer ministry opportunities, and improve our quality of care of others. As mentioned, most people associate learning with formal education at school, college, and university. We are all told from an early age that we should get a good education. And generally speaking, it is true that a formal education and the resulting qualifications are important. As chaplain, formal education provides the foundation for developing knowledge, skills, and wisdom as a professional and effective spiritual care provider. However, schooling is only one type of learning. There are other concepts to further your knowledge and develop the living skills you need throughout your ministry and life. To be an impactful chaplain who is a life learner, we must be open to seek and learn about, learn from, and learn with. To learn about is a concept of gathering information that helps us check and better adjust our blind spots and assumptions against reality. This is a starting point. Through books and classes and internet, we are collecting facts about the culture of the people, places, and history of where you will serve and live. When I first started my career in chaplaincy, I was assigned to NICU, Neonatal Intensive Care Unit. I took the time to research what NICU was, who it served, and what unique services were needed by a chaplain serving in that unit. Learning about helps us check and better adjust our expectation against reality. Learning about should generate questions that will help you probe more deeply into that culture. Learning about gives you initial orientation. It is a great place to start, but not a great place to stop. The danger of only learning about is that if our learning stops there, it is insufficient for our effectiveness. We can learn about without building one single relationship. Therefore, we must pursue more productive kinds of learning that are relationship-based. Learning from. Learning from is a concept of authentically dialoguing with others as a means of entering into interpersonal relationships and awareness to become aware of how people see, feel, know, and experience. For several reasons, learning from others is considerably more powerful than learning about others. For almost 2 years, Bud and I met for breakfast once a week. And I learned the history of the church, their families that made up that church, their struggles and their success and their goals. Bud taught me how to become an effective leader in that congregation by listening and being with them. And since then, over the next 20 plus years, I was blessed to have other individuals who walked with me in different roles and assignments that I went to. I had Floyd, Winston, Sandra, Larry, and Theo. These individuals blessed me with their wisdom and time. Being an effective life learner challenges us to ask questions, seek understanding, and probe thoughts. Learning from others honors them and invites them to speak openly and honestly with us and establish interpersonal awareness. We were not created to be life learners alone. In fact, I would say you are not truly a life learner if you walk alone. Being a life learner with others deepens your learning and enriches your person and care. Serving in a hospital, we are surrounded by many who have rich insights and wisdom that we can learn from. Insights that will empower your ministry, relationship, and credibility among those you serve. Learning about, learning from are powerful components of being a life learner. Now it's time to go even deeper to what I consider the best and most wonderful part of learning, and that is learning with, in partnership and mutuality. Learning with is a concept of sharpening our vision and practicing by engaging and connecting in relationships. In Proverbs 27:17, it describes this type of learning as iron sharpens iron, so one man sharpens another. Respectful interaction between two people benefits both. Each depend on each other. Both are teacher and learner, without each person knowing or caring that those roles are being played out. This learning is crucial to a life learner. Forming those relationships that journey with us for long periods of time, forming and challenging us to make us better people and care providers. To be an impactful chaplain, we must commit ourselves to be life learners through the learning about, learning from, and learning with. Being a life learner sharpens our vision and practices in a way that will go beyond our formal education and form us into the chaplain God has created you for.
We live in a society that glorifies individuality and at times even isolation. The most important fact is that humanity was created to live in community. We need each other to survive. Take, for instance, a newborn baby. As newborns, we live to be cuddled and caressed by our mothers. We crave touch. We crave any kind of human touch. That is why there is a high probability that a crying baby will stop once we pick him up and cuddle them in our arms. The sad part of all that is that we grow, and as we grow, we begin to feel a need for individuality. Or should I say, we experience an illusion that we are strong enough to stand on our own, that we do not need the help of our parents or our caregivers, although we still need them, especially our parents. I remember feeling like I wanted to grow. I wanted to turn 18 so my father wouldn't have to take me to school and drive me everywhere. Oh, I dreamt of the time I would drive myself anywhere in that beautiful green Jeep Wagoneer. Yet, the reality was that even as a licensed teenager or as a license-bearing adolescent, I could not drive without the presence of an adult in the car. So I still needed someone to go everywhere. As a 51 years old man, I have realized that I need others to survive. And that need will be more evident as years go by. There will come a time, if Jesus doesn't return before, that I will need others to fulfill the most basic functions of life, including those that I don't even think about right now, like feeding myself or even going to the bathroom. We must also take into consideration that COVID-19 has demonstrated this very clear. We need each other to survive. Notice how the experience of COVID-19 has affected humanity, especially those with the special need of human connection. A study published by Medical Express, a European organization, used the report of Tidal, an Irish longitudinal study on aging prior to the pandemic, to compare with data gathered after the social distancing of the pandemic. And the results were astonishing. Before the pandemic, 70% of Tidal participants reported that they were never or rarely felt alone. I repeat that. 70% of Tidal participants reported that they never or rarely felt alone. 20% reported that they felt lonely sometimes. And 5% reported that they felt lonely often. Research previous to the pandemic pointed out that most older adults are not often lonely and appear quite resilient, while data gathered by a lone hotline in Ireland after the pandemic shows some interesting trends. The Alone hotline, taking into consideration the information from Tidal, reviewed something interesting. The first thing that we find is that the Alone hotline received, catch this, 26,174 calls between March 9th and July 5th of 2020. 26,174. Of those 26,000 calls, 55% were people 70 or older. About 14,000 people called during that time that were older than 70 years old. Along documented a significant increase in calls reporting negative emotions, including suicidal ideations. The majority of the calls requested support for physical health and a need to befriend someone. Although data seems to indicate that COVID makes no exception regarding age, especially in the last few days, we know that the most vulnerable population to COVID-19 is the elderly, which has led to all kinds of conspiracy theories, but I'm not going to go into those conspiracy theories. We have all seen the sad stories of those who have died alone. And as chaplains, we deal with the frustration of caregivers who want to provide a compassionate presence in end of life, but such presence has been limited due to the dangers of contracting the virus. The problem here is that we tend to equate the concept of autonomy to an illusion of freedom. If we go back to the start of it all, we find in the Garden of Eden a story that is very interesting and a lesson on the matter of presence and relationship. The biblical account reports that God created Adam in his image. The famous theological concept of imago Dei implicates that in the act of creation, God wanted to produce creatures with whom he could and would relate. During the sixth day of creation, God formed Adam out of the dust of the earth and gave him the job of caring for the garden. Among his responsibilities, Adam was to name all the animals. The biblical account also tells us that God brought all the animals to Adam according to their species, and Adam, by giving them name, was to seek an able helper among them. The story indicates that even after completing the task, Adam was unable to find an able helper. Thus, God, by performing the first open heart surgery, brought Eve to Adam. And his reaction explains a few guiding principles on the matter of presence. Number one, regardless of how helpful animals may be in supporting humanity, and history has shown us that every era of human history has been covered with help from animals. From the very beginning, only the presence of a same species creation responded to Adam's need. This is not to say that animals are not good companions. I'm not saying that. All I'm saying is that they are not the intended able helper that humanity calls for. I think at this time we also need to explore the original languages. Here, the Hebrew terms are neged and ezer. These two terms are used together only in this portion of the Bible, and they literally can be translated against help, giving the idea of a counterpart of some source of the same species standing in front of each other, or at the very least next to each other, with unity of purpose. The original language concept is one that provides the space for a tension of wanting to live in autonomy while needing the support of someone, who counters our desires for loneliness with their presence. Ultimately, God's act of creation in the case of humanity includes something different than with the rest of creation. The Bible plainly states, "So God created human beings in His own image. In the image of God He created them. Male and female He created them." Genesis 1:27 from the New Living Translation. Unlike the rest of creation, God created humanity in His image, and such image is best realized when we are not alone. When we hold the tension of knowing that we want to be alone, but recognizing that we need to be supported, cared for. We need to experience the compassionate presence of another. Perhaps we need to explore more forms of presence in the area of social distancing. What do you think?
He has showed you, O chaplain, what is good. And what does the Lord require of you? But to do justly, and to love mercy, and walk humbly with your God. Now, I don't know where Micah got his training in ethics. I don't know if he had an advanced degree. I kind of suspect he probably didn't. But certainly, this text helps us to understand that Micah clearly understood ethics. The four cardinal principles of ethics, as we understand them today, are the words that come directly out of Micah's message: justice, beneficence, autonomy, and non-malfeasance. Now that's a long word. It just simply means not doing harm. Not doing harm. Justice means, as Micah said, to act justly, to be equitable, to be impartial. Beneficence, that word bene is a blessing. Benefit, we understand. Beneficent, we understand. Benediction is to speak a blessing. Benediction. So autonomy, that is one's personhood and respect for others, goes together in some respects with non-malfeasance, which fits with to walk humbly with your God. True humility, Martin Luther said, does not even know that it's humble. If humility only knew itself, it would be proud to possess such a fine virtue, he said. And so would the frog. Once upon a time, there was a frog who lived in the north. And each winter, the swans in his neighborhood would fly south where it was warm while the frog was stuck in the north. So he approached his swan friends and he said, "You know, I would love to go south with you guys this year." But the swan said, "Frog, you can't fly. Get over it." He said, "Oh, but I have this wonderful idea. If I find a stick, two of you could hold that stick in your beaks, and I could hang on to the middle of that stick, and you could take me south for the winter with you." Well, they decided to give it a try. So they got the stick, the frog got onto the stick, the geese put it in their beaks, and they flew south, south and south. Finally coming down over the state of North Carolina and flying low over those farm fields. And it happened that a farmer looked up and said, "Look at that. I've never seen anything like that before. Whoever came up with that idea must be really smart." Well, the frog heard that, and being incredibly proud of what he had accomplished, he let go of the stick and fell to the ground. Once upon a time, there was a frog. Jim Barry, in his book, The Little Minister, says, "Life is a long lesson in humility." Life is a long lesson in humility. My dad and mom would have understand that. My dad died in 2003. My mom died 1 year later in 2004. Dad's death was quick and unexpected. We knew he had heart disease. He was on medication for it. He was doing well. He went to bed one night, went to sleep, and never woke up the next morning. So I tell people that my dad doesn't know he's dead. He thinks he's just sleeping, and maybe he is. Mom's death was different. Her decline had actually started about 6 or 7 years earlier, descending into the abyss of the dementia of Alzheimer's disease. So by the time that Dad died, Mom's Alzheimer's was really pretty bad. As we were working around the house preparing for Dad's memorial service, there was a photo of him, and she looked over my shoulder and she said, "Is he dead?" Well, it took me a moment, but I looked at Mom and I said, "Yes, he is, Mom." She said, oh well. And that was what my mom understood of my dad's dying. When it came time for his service, she didn't understand really what was going on, and she refused to dress up for it, so she came to the funeral in a house dress and without her hair done as we would have liked, but she was there. And my dad had served in the military, in the Navy, and so they had a flag draped over his casket, which then they folded in a little ceremony and brought it to my mom and placed it on her lap, thanking her for my dad's service. She held that and looked at it and then turned to her sister sitting next to her and said, "You want this?" Mom didn't understand. It was a time of humiliation had she understood. Humility is unconsciousness of oneself, unawareness of personal prerogative, insensitive to personal slight. And if there's anything at all good about Alzheimer's, it is that one is all of those things, not aware of oneself, not sensitive to a slight. So after the memorial service, their 3 children began breaking down the house. Obviously, Mom could not live there alone, so we settled the estate, we divided the goods, we sold the house, and gathering whatever things our mom would need with her, we drove north to the place where I lived in Tennessee, several hundred miles away. And she entered a long-term care facility, a wonderful place, really very nice. And she settled in nicely, but it was not her home, and it was not her back porch, and it was not her flowers, and there was a lot of unfamiliarity. But I'm kind of convinced that she thought it was the academy dormitory, which was one of the happiest years of her life, and she sort of settled in as though that's what it was. Living simply. To be humble is to live simply, to listen carefully and speak slowly, to walk softly and spend sparingly, to share generously, love easily, forgive graciously, and in fact, in the depths of her Alzheimer's, that's the way my mother lived. She walked every day, all day, back and forth, up and down the halls, going here and there, and often walking with someone and holding their hand. And she didn't know who they were. Sometimes she thought that the person she was holding hands with was her mom, and sometimes she thought it was her sister, and sometimes she thought it was a friend from academy days, and they walked together. Whenever one of us would show up, when I would go to see her, Mom would get a huge smile on her face and throw her arms up and say, "Oh, you're here." And that lasted about 15 seconds, and then she was walking again, having forgotten who it was that was there to see her. That's humility. Mother was learning to walk with her God. To walk with her God. The God who is the unseen watcher, the never sleeping presence, the all-knowing wisdom, the ingenious creator, the ultimate knower, in the awareness of whom worshipful humility is the only real response, the only viable response, the only response that matters. And at the end of the day, the ethic of humility is more about being than it is about doing. Ephesians chapter 4 and verse 2 and 3 really emphasizes that when it says, "Be ye humble, be ye gentle, be ye patient with each other, bearing one another up in the unity of love through the bond of peace." I thought you might be interested in hearing those words in a little chorus, and I hope it will help ingrain those words in your mind. Be ye humble, be ye gentle.
Be humble, be gentle, be patient with each other, bearing one another up in the unity of love through the bond of peace. Be humble, be gentle, be patient with each other, bearing one another up in the unity of love through the bond of peace. Bearing one another up in the unity of love through the bond of peace. Be
Board certification is the process by which candidates demonstrate their competence, qualifications, and ability to function as a professional chaplain. One purpose of board certification is to assure the public and the employing organization that the chaplain has met established national and ecclesiastic standards for professional competency, has been endorsed by the church, and has been authorized as a minister of the church and a representative of the church, and is held to a code of ethics. A second purpose is to promote the continuing education and development of certified spiritual care providers. Dr. Ivan Omania will make this presentation. He is the chair of the Board of Certification. So let's pay close attention to what he has to say, and he will guide us through this very important process of our church affirmation and certification of our pastors and chaplains.
I am happy to be with you today, and at this moment I am taking the responsibility of guiding you through a process that is sometimes a bit cumbersome, sometimes a bit traumatic. But I guarantee you, there's one thing that has guided me throughout my life is knowing that absolutely every time God is with me. Bible says that God will never leave me nor forsake me for anything in the world. And the process of board certification is no exception. So I want you to first and foremost understand that God will be with you even as He is with you right now in all this process. Yes, I have to share with you a lot of information, and I only have 15 minutes to share with you that information. So if we're ready to go, I'd like to have a short prayer. Father, please help us. Amen. So let's talk about board certification. What is board certification? Board certification is the process by which, and I'm reading right here exactly as it reads in our website, is the process by which candidates demonstrate their competence, qualifications, and ability to function as professional chaplains. There are three principles here, three important portions of this process. Number one, competence. Number two, qualifications. And number three, ability. And there are three ways we measure this in this process. And I'm going to take the time to teach you how to demonstrate each one of those areas. Because you see, contrary to what you may have experienced with other organizations, Adventist Chaplaincy Institute is here to help you and to recognize your ministry. I want you to know this from the get-go. I know, and we know at Adventist Chaplaincy Institute, that you have been called by God to do the job that you do. I also know that you do it well, otherwise you wouldn't be employed. All right? But having said that, you need to be able to demonstrate some basic knowledge, some basic competence, some basic functioning. And we will be taking the time to demonstrate that, because that is what makes you a board certified chaplain. So, having established the basis upon which we will be working, let's begin the journey of board certification. Are you with me? Continuing with me? I hope so. The first step in this process for you is to go to your computer. Let me stand corrected. You're already sitting in front of your computer. But the first step is, in your computer, you need to go to this website, www.adventistchaplaincyinstitute.org. Again, www.adventistchaplaincyinstitute, one word, .org. In the top right corner, you will see a link that says Log In. Click on Log In, and it will open a new page. In the bottom of the square that you see right there in the middle of your screen, there are two buttons. One for those who have already opened a profile in the Adventist Chaplaincy Institute website. Then you will log in. But for those who have never opened a profile, you need to create a new account. Without that new account, we cannot proceed. Let me make sure you understand. You need to be able to navigate the website. You need to be able to navigate the database. That is very important. And you have to carefully read every portion that is in front of you. Every portion. There will be sometimes you will have some issues. You will have some problems because technology is not perfect. If you run into technological problems, there is actually in the website a way for you to communicate with our webmaster. And we will get back to you trying to resolve the matter as soon as possible. Give us at least 24 to 48 hours to get back with you. All right, so if you have created the profile, then we can move to the next phase. I'm going to stop here and give you a couple of minutes. Remember that I said a few minutes ago that board certification is the process by which candidates demonstrate their competence, their qualifications, and their ability to function or their function. We measure your functionality, we measure your ability to function while you are working within the website, the way that you are able to manage things. I want you to understand something. All the documentation for anyone to be board certified needs to be uploaded into the system. Do not email us that information. All that information needs to be uploaded into your portion of the database where you and those of us who have access to it, only the team for board certification, only you and us have access to that, and we will be gathering the information there, okay? It is uploaded into the website, and that's how we measure your capabilities to function. Now let's move into your qualifications. As an Adventist chaplain, if you want to be board certified, the first step is for you to be endorsed by your division. The Seventh-day Adventist General Conference policy book establishes that each division of the world is responsible for granting endorsement to their chaplains. Over here in the North American Division, we have done this for over 40 years now. But there are many who have not. The Inter-American Division started endorsing their chaplains about 2 or 3 years ago. And there are some other divisions of the world that are getting caught up in the process of endorsing their chaplains. So the first thing you need to do is you need to secure a letter of endorsement from your ACM director in your respective division. You also need to have a master's, preferably in theology, in a theological field. Now, if you want to be fully certified, it has to be a master with 72 semester hours or 108 quarter hours. Let me stand very clear here. Your master needs to be either 72 semester hours or 108 quarter hours. Don't be calling me and asking me for exceptions. If you want to be fully certified, that is the requirement. I repeat, a master, preferably in a theological field with 72 semester hours or 108 quarter hours. If you have, for instance, the Masters of Pastoral Theology, that's a 48 semester hours degree, you can complement that with a Doctor of Ministry, and then it will take you over the 72 semester hours. There will be some exceptions, but those are made by the ACI, Adventist Chaplaincy Institute Board, and they are irrevocably. In other words, if we decide not to grant you the exception, you do not have a course for appeals. All right? And I want you to understand that. So if you want to be fully board certified, 72 semester hours, 108 quarter hours. If you want to be associate certified, then a 48-hour semester works for that, 48 hours. So that's part of the qualifications. The first one is you need to be endorsed by your division. The second one is you need to have a master's degree in a theological field. If you want to be full certified, fully certified, you need to have 4 completed units of clinical pastoral education. I repeat, 4 completed units of clinical pastoral education for full certification. If you want to be associate certified, you need 2 units of clinical pastoral education. We have also added a third qualification, a third modality of certification is what we call provisional certification. And this is very important. We will only extend provisional certification to people who has not had 2,000 hours of chaplaincy ministry after the completion of their CPE. In other words, you completed 4 units of CPE, and before you can be board certified, you need 2,000 hours of supervised work as a chaplain. But we have built into the process the possibility that you can request board certification as a provisionally certified chaplain pending the completion of hours. There were other options for provisional certification, but we are exploring the possibility that we will not use them anymore. I hope everything is clear. So, you have a master's, or you have 72 semester hours for fully certified, or 48 hours for associate certified. You may request either associate or fully provisional pending the completion of the hours. You have 4 units of clinical pastoral education. Next step, showing that you are, what was the word here? What was the word that we use? That you are qualified. The next step is you must have either a ministerial credential or a ministerial license. You must have either a ministerial credential or a ministerial license. And I'm going to say this, please don't kill the messenger. I am just reporting. There are some divisions of the world where women do not receive neither a ministerial credential or a ministerial license, but they will receive a missionary license. In those cases, we are accepting the missionary license in order to grant them board certification. We're not going to fight this issue. We're just going to say that in those places where females do not receive ministerial credentials or ministerial license, they most likely will receive missionary license, and we are accepting those in the case of our chaplains. So you have a copy of your ministerial credentials or your license. And then, here's what you need to do. You need to get a letter of recommendation from your employer. And by the way, this letter of recommendation is not to be sent to the office of the General Conference. This letter of recommendation is to be scanned and uploaded into the database. The letter of recommendation from your employer, a letter of recommendation from your ACM director in your division, where they verify your endorsement, and this letter must be directed to Adventist Chaplaincy Institute office. You also need a letter of recommendation from a fellow chaplain. Going back to that website, in the beginning of the website, you will need to download from the main page the Code of Ethics for Chaplains. You need to download it, print it, sign it, scan it, and upload it. And notice how we have, through this process, united the capacity to function as a chaplain with the qualifications. You may ask, for example, so how do I demonstrate my degree, for instance? You need to request from the seminary where you studied, you need to request an official transcript. That official transcript needs to be sent to the ACM office directly. It cannot come from you. It has to come from the ACM office or directly to the ACM office from the registrar's office in the seminary where you were. So if you went to Andrews, you call Andrews and you have them send the copy of your transcripts to the Adventist Chaplaincy Institute office located in 12501 Old Columbia Pike in Silver Springs, Maryland, 20904. If you're in Africa, you call the Adventist University of Africa and you ask them to send a transcript to where 12501 Old Columbia Pike, Silver Springs, Maryland, 20904. If you're in the Philippines and you want to be board certified, you go to IS and you ask them to send copies of your transcript to where 12501 Old Columbia Pike, Silver Springs, Maryland, 20904. If you are in Mexico or anywhere in Inter-America, you go to CETAI, the seminary, the Theological Seminary of Inter-America, and you ask them to send the transcripts of your masters to where? 12501 Old Columbia Pike, Silver Springs, Maryland, 20904. I hope you're understanding. I'm trying to be as clear as I can be. So we have now, by now, demonstrated, number one, our ability to function in a way a professional chaplain can function, and number two, we have demonstrated our qualifications. This is very important. One of the purposes of board certification is to assure the public and the employing organizations that the chaplain has met established international standards for professional competence and is held to a code of ethics. Now we are moving into the competence. You see, because the fact that you are capable and the fact that you are qualified doesn't make you competent. You have to show the competence. So, how do you demonstrate your competence? The first way to demonstrate your competency is by writing your autobiography. I had some chaplains that connected with me the other day, and they were seeking some guidance into the board certification. And the first thing they did is they sent me their autobiography, and it was 2 pages long. No, that is unacceptable. We are looking for something that is more in the side of 7 to 10 pages long. If it's single space or double space, is up to you. But this is very important. As you sit down to write your autobiography, I want you to discuss your call to ministry. I want you to discuss your call to chaplaincy ministry. I want you to talk about, give me a description of your spiritual development. I want you to share with me important relationships and events in your life that inform your ministry practice. So this is what I will call a reflective autobiography. This is not just a story I tell. I was born here, the firstborn in a family of 3, etc., etc. No. I need you to tell me that you were firstborn in a family of 3, but how does that make you the chaplain that you are today? How does that make you the pastor that you are today? When you became a Seventh-day Adventist, because you were probably born in a Seventh-day Adventist family, but you did not become a Seventh-day Adventist by birth. You made a choice. I want you to tell me, How did that choice come about? What are the beliefs in the Seventh-day Adventist Church that make you the chaplain that you are today? How do you use that in your practice of ministry? How do you use your identity as a Seventh-day Adventist pastor to provide ministry to those that are in need? So I need you to take time to write, like I said, a reflective autobiography. It's not just something that comes, that you pull out of your hat. It's something that you need to sit down and chew on. Perhaps even call a few of your colleagues and share with them your autobiography. Talk to them about who you are as a chaplain or as a pastor. I need you to be reflective as you do that. I also need you to write a very comprehensive curriculum vitae. When I say very comprehensive, I'm not looking for a resume, 1 or 2 pages listing the things that you have done. No, I'm looking for you to write a list of your accomplishments, a list of the responsibilities that you have held, and a way that you have held those responsibilities. As an assistant director of chaplaincy ministries for the North American Division, I have been there since October of 2015 until the present. And I have done this, that, and the other. My responsibilities are this, that, and the other, and I carry my responsibilities this way. Before that, between 2000 and 2015, I was a chaplain at Advent Health, or what is now known as Advent Health, but it was then known as Florida Hospital. So I was a chaplain there, and I was a senior chaplain at Florida Hospital Kissimmee. I'm giving you the example of my own CV, my own curriculum vitae. I did this education. I have a master's of divinity from Florida Center for Theological Studies. I've completed my Doctor of Ministry at Denver Seminary. I went to college at Columbia Union College, now known as Washington Adventist University, etc., etc., etc. I have taken these special courses. I have taken these special certification. I completed CPE. I am a board certified chaplain. I am a board certified pastoral counselor, etc., etc., etc. I need you to take the time to put in there everything that makes you who you are right now. So you have an autobiography and you have a CV. Then we come into the most important part of this whole thing. When you go to that website, where in the same place where you found the Code of Ethics, the Code of Ethics is the third document that you find in that website, in that page. In the middle, you have a document that includes the 31 competencies of chaplaincy. 31, 3-1. There are 31 competencies of chaplaincy that are divided into 4 sections. The first section is pastoral care theology. The second section is pastoral identity and conduct. The third section is professional pastoral care. And the fourth section is professional pastoral leadership. You're going to take each one of those competencies, and out of the 31, you write about 29. 30 and 31 are competencies that you demonstrate, and I'm going to go into that in a few minutes. But I need you to be sure that you deal with each one of those competencies. So you will write one essay per section of the competencies. So you will write one essay entitled Pastoral Care Theology, and you will take each of the competencies one by one, and you will share in writing how do you live out that competency? How do you demonstrate that competency? So you will end up writing 4 essays Each one of those competencies needs to be covered. We will not accept any paper, we will not accept any package for certification unless you have completed all the competencies. You have to write about each one of the competencies. All right? Last, but certainly not least, you have to write 2 clinical cases. I'm talking with people that has already taken CPE, so you know what I'm talking about. You're going to have to write 2 verbatims. But these are very different verbatims than the one you wrote when you were taking CPE or clinical pastoral education. These are verbatims in which you show us your best work. These are verbatims where you tell us the best things that you have done. Now, these cannot be just any verbatims. They cannot be older than 5 years. And also, I would like to tell you something that helped me when I was in this process. When I wrote the verbatims for my board certification, I quoted within the verbatim the places where I demonstrated the competency. For example, competency TCP-01, the chaplain introduces himself. This is an example. That's not what the competency says. I'm just giving you an example. So, competency TCP-01 is the chaplain introduces himself. So when I introduce myself in the verbatim, I parenthetically said TCP-01. I showed my readers where in the verbatim I believed I was showing the competencies. I need you to understand something here. There is no such a thing as a perfect clinical case. So there will always be someone in your committee, there will be someone in your board certification board that will take issue into what you say or how you do things, the things you do. As the chair of the certification board, I am not worried if you demonstrate something the negative way. In other words, if you demonstrate competency by doing the wrong thing, I'm not going to use that against you. But if you deny the reality that you demonstrated the competency in the wrong way and you stick to your guns saying, I don't care, I demonstrated this here, you may not be aware of yourself as much as you need to be. So there may be a moment in which you may say, I realize the ITP-01, I didn't show it here. But this should be the place where I should have shown it. See what I'm trying to say? When you are open and honest, and you demonstrate to the committee or to the board, as we call it, that you are aware of your learning curves, that you are aware of your learning opportunities, we will not hold that against you. Are you with me? I need you to be with me here. And I'm going to take another break and we will go into the last part of this certification board process. So you have already demonstrated your qualifications. You have already demonstrated your ability by uploading everything. Make sure at the end of this whole process that you click on that little thing, that little button that says submit. I've had a lot of people angry at me. I uploaded a bunch of documents, but you have not called me to set up the time for the certification. And when I go and look, I find out that they have not clicked on that submit button. So technically speaking, I don't have to do anything because there is no application submitted. So make sure you submit your application. Once you submit your application, the system is arranged that it will send an email. It would send me a notification. It will actually send me and Dina Bartel Wagner will send us a notification. When we get that notification, either one of us goes into the system and we approve your application. You have written all your paperwork. You have signed everything that you need to sign. Now the time is for us to do two things. And this is what I will do. My first thing will be to appoint what we call a presenter. The presenter is a board-certified chaplain who will read all your paperwork and will complete a form that is called the presenter's report. It is kind of like the way the person, that chosen person, introduces you to the rest of the board. We will put together a board that is formed by 3 or 4 board-certified chaplains. 3 or 4 board-certified chaplains. And then we also, as a matter of courtesy, invite into the board with voice, not with vote, the director of ACM of your division, and we are, as of late, inviting someone from the ministerial department. And there's a reason for that. Let me share it with you. This is my own thing. I am claiming full authority and full responsibility for this decision. I am tired of people thinking that because I'm a chaplain, I'm somehow less of a pastor. So what I am doing is I am inviting ministerial directors from conferences, from unions, from divisions to sit in one of those certification boards. And the process of changing their view is visible because, you see, no other pastor after their ordination has to write all this paperwork. And then after they write all this paperwork, they have to sit with a board. And not only that, they sit with the board and they have to respond to questions with the board. And that is exactly what will happen. I need you to understand something. This is very important. After you have done all this work, perhaps there are ways in which you wrote something in that paperwork, in your essays, that made it not so clear for the committee to understand the way you delivered on that competency. So, the presenter's report will give you guidance as you come before the committee, as you come before the board, will give you guidance as to where are the areas where you probably wrote something good, but you need to clarify with the team. There will always be opportunities. So once your presenter's report is completed, they will send it to you, and once you approve it, then we gather together with the board. The board will meet for 2 hours. The first half an hour, we talk about your paperwork, and we share the questions that we may have about your paperwork. There may be no questions. There may be some questions. It's okay. We will have some of that. For 30 minutes we meet, and then after those 30 minutes we bring you into the room, whether we are in a physical room or whether we are in a virtual room. It doesn't matter. We bring you into the room, and then you will have 1 hour to share with the committee. We, the board, will ask you questions where we need clarifications. We will ask you questions where we need to understand a little bit better the way you deliver on the competencies of professional chaplaincy. After that, we will ask you to either leave the room, or you also have the choice of staying in the room, but you cannot talk. You only have the opportunity to stay in the room if you want to listen, but you cannot talk. And then while we are in that last half hour, we have a report that goes competency by competency. And there is a table next to it. next to each one of the competencies, where we say there are three choices. The candidate demonstrated the competency orally, in writing, or did not demonstrate the competency. If you did not demonstrate the competency, then we will ask you to reappear in the committee, making sure that you understand that competency. If you demonstrated the competency orally or in writing, you passed. At the end, we just sign the paperwork and then we declare you board certified. But it's not over yet, because we have to present your name to the ACM committee in the General Conference. The ACM committee in the General Conference meets every 3 months. So we have to get all the candidates together, and within the agenda for the ACM committee, we always have a space to vote and make permanent the certification of each one of our candidates. Once you complete your certification and once you are certified, you will receive a certificate. You will also receive a button. You will also have the choice to either get a jacket just like this one, but you have to pay for it, or you can order another jacket. Lastly, I want you to understand something. Unlike other committees where I have sat, we specifically decided that we wanted to keep this committee, this board, as one that is collegial, one that is gathering not with the intention of gotcha. No, we are gathering together with the intention of recognizing your ministry. And I'm going to close with this. I began by saying, you have been called to the ministry of chaplaincy. You have been called to deliver chaplaincy. You have been doing that. I know that because most of you are employed and you have not been fired. So you do that well. What you need to know is that when you come to board certification, you are demonstrating competence, you are demonstrating your qualifications, and you're demonstrating your ability to function as a professional chaplain. So what you're doing is just simply showing something you already do. Interesting. This is just about you demonstrating what you already are doing. And all we are doing as a committee or as a board is to recognize, see that, and bear witness that you have all it takes to be a board certified chaplain. If you have any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer them. The email will be provided. Please do not hesitate to share with me your questions. God bless you.
We've come to the end of day 1 and pray you've been blessed by today's presentations from the 3rd Adventist Chaplains World Congress. You can check tomorrow's schedule on the ACM website at adventistchaplains.org. Click on the link for the World Congress. Don't forget to fill out the CEU form to record the programming that you watched today. The link for the form is on the World Congress website page.